Have you ever felt a secret humming just beneath the surface of the world? A truth so profound it feels like a heartbeat waiting to be heard. Today, we're exploring a story of one such secret, buried for 1,000 years beneath stone and silence. Before we begin this journey together, we'd love to know where you're listening from right now and what time your own evening has settled in. Let us know in the comments below. It's always wonderful to feel the wide, connected world gathering for a tale. In a city crowned by the majestic white gold tower, where history was considered a closed and settled book, a young stone scribe named Lyra possessed a gift so rare it was almost a whisper. She could read memories in stone, feeling the echoes of joy, sorrow, and fear trapped within the very masonry of the world. It was a quiet talent, one she practiced with reverence, until the day the masons unearthed a foundation, stone older than the tower itself, a block sealed away by the decree of the all-powerful high scribes. The law was absolute, no one was to touch it, but when Lyra stood before that ancient, weathered surface, she felt something more than cold rock. She felt a pull, a silent, desperate cry for help that seemed to resonate with her own soul. In a single, fateful moment, her fingertips brushed against the forbidden stone. The world she knew vanished. Her mind was flooded not with dust and silence, but with a torrent of visions, a vast, forgotten labyrinth, winding deep beneath the earth, pulsing with a dying, ethereal light, and a plea for help so ancient and lonely it felt like a wound in the world. This was no mere memory, it was a living truth, a consciousness reaching out across millennia. In that instant, Lyra's quiet life shattered. She was no longer just a scribe. She had become the one person who could answer that call, setting her on an irrevocable collision course with the tower's deepest secrets and a destiny she never could have imagined. The first crack in 1,000 years of silence had been sounded, and it would change everything. The echo of that desperate plea would not leave her. All through the day, as Lyra performed her duties with robotic precision, the memory of the labyrinth's dying light pulsed behind her eyes, a silent, screaming counterpoint to the dry, dusty texts of the Scribe Guild. The official history, the one she had been taught to copy and revere, felt like a fragile parchment laid over a bottomless chasm. When night finally draped its cloak over the white gold tower, her decision was made. It was not a choice born of reckless courage, but of a profound, unsettling certainty. The stone had spoken a truth her masters had tried to bury, and to ignore it would be a betrayal of her very gift. With her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs, she gathered her scribe's tools, not the delicate brushes for ink, but the fine chisels and probes used for cleaning fragile artifacts, and slipped back into the silent, moonlit excavation site. There it stood, the foundation stone, looking deceptively ordinary in the pale light. The air was cold and still, thick with the weight of the secret it held. Kneeling, her fingers trembling not from fear, but from a terrible, focused anticipation, she ran her hands along the stone's cold, rough-hewn base. Her gift reached out, not to rid the memories this time, but to feel for a physical anomaly, a seam, a hollow, anything that matched the hidden geometry she had sensed in the vision. And there it was on the underside, a section of stone that felt different to her touch, smoother, denser, humming with a faint, trapped energy. Working with the painstaking care her training had instilled, she used her smallest chisel and a soft-headed mallet, not to break the stone, but to persuade it. She tapped and pried at the almost invisible seam, her movements a whisper against the sleeping city. With a soft, grating sigh, a section of the foundation's base, no larger than her palm, came loose in her hand. And there, etched into the newly revealed surface, was a complex web of lines and symbols, a map fragment, a sliver of a forgotten path leading into the deep places of the world. The moment the fragment was free, the ground answered. A low, deep rumble vibrated up through the soles of her boots, a localized tremor that sent a shower of dust and pebbles skittering from the excavation walls. It was not a violent shake, but it was unmistakable. An alarm bell sounded from the very earth. From the direction of the tower's main gate, she heard the sharp, metallic clang of a watch bell, followed by the shouted orders of the tower guard. Their heavy, booted footsteps began to echo, growing swiftly louder. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through her. In an instant, her world inverted. She was no longer Lyra the stone-scribe, a respected member of the guild. She was an intruder, a vandal, a thief caught in the act of desecrating the city's most sacred history. The map fragment in her hand, still warm from the stone's core, felt suddenly like a brand. Her duty to the guild, the laws she had sworn to uphold, screamed at her to drop the evidence, to feign ignorance, to surrender. But the vision of that lonely, dying light in the labyrinth was louder. It was a truth that demanded a witness, and she had chosen to be that witness. Shoving the map fragment deep into the leather pouch at her belt, she turned and fled, melting into the deep shadows between the monolithic buildings. The pouch felt impossibly heavy, as if it contained not a piece of stone, but the entire weight of the secret she now carried. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she darted through familiar alleys made strange and menacing by the night and the pursuit. The stakes had escalated from a simple act of disobedience to a capital crime. Her future, her standing, her very life were now forfeit, all traded for this sliver of etched stone. Yet, with every pounding step that took her farther from the tower and deeper into the city's underbelly, her resolve hardened. She had crossed a line from which there was no return, committing herself utterly to the path of an outcast, driven by a truth that burned brighter than fear. The fragment seemed to pulse against her hip, a guiding star leading her to the one sanctuary she had left, to the cluttered archive and wary protection of her reclusive mentor, Kalin, who lived and worked in the long shadow of the very tower whose secrets she had just stolen. The narrow, winding streets of the artisan's quarter felt like a maze designed to hide secrets, and Lyra moved through them like a ghost, her senses heightened by fear and the strange, warm weight of the map fragment against her hip. She did not head for the grand libraries or scriptoriums of the main guild hall, but toward a place most scribes considered a dusty, forgotten relic, the personal archive and workshop of Master Kalin. Tucked away in a crumbling building whose foundations were older than the tower's central spire, it was a place of organized chaos, a sanctuary for ideas the mainstream guild had long since abandoned. She slipped through a side entrance she had used 100 times before, the familiar scent of old parchment, dried herbs, and stone dust, doing little to calm the frantic rhythm of her heart. She found him exactly where she expected, hunched over a wide desk, illuminated by a single, guttering oil lamp, its light glinting off the lenses of his spectacles. Scrolls and strange geological samples were piled around him in teetering towers, a physical manifestation of a mind that refused to be confined by official doctrine. Kalin was not an old man, but years of peering into forgotten texts and challenging accepted history had etched lines of deep thought onto his face. He looked up as she entered, his initial expression of mild curiosity shifting instantly to sharp alarm as he took in her disheveled appearance, the wild look in her eyes, and the dust of the excavation site still clinging to her clothes. Before he could speak a word of greeting or reprimand, she rushed forward, placing the map fragment on the desk between them. The etched lines seemed to drink in the lamplight, glowing with a faint inner life. Kalin's reaction was not one of wonder, but of pure, unadulterated fury. He shot to his feet, his chair scraping harshly against the stone floor. "Lyra, by all the forgotten names, what have you done?" he hissed, his voice low and tight with a fear she had never heard in him before. "The entire tower guard is stirring like a kicked anthill. They are speaking of sacrilege at the Foundation site." He stared at the fragment as if it were a venomous serpent, but Lyra stood her ground, her own fear now channeled into a desperate, unwavering intensity. She did not plead or make excuses. Instead, she began to speak, her voice barely a whisper yet filled with a profound conviction. She described the vision not just as images, but as a symphony of emotion she had felt radiating from the stone, the profound, aching loneliness of the labyrinth's consciousness, the sharp, metallic taste of the ancient betrayal that had poisoned it, and the desperate, hopeful warmth of the plea that had reached out to her. She spoke of the specific emotional resonance, a unique signature layered into the stone's memory that could not be faked, a frequency only someone with her particular gift could ever hope to detect. The anger slowly drained from Kalin's face, replaced by a dawning, awe-struck comprehension. He sank back into his chair, his gaze locked on the fragment. He reached out, not to touch it, but to hover his fingers just above its surface, as if feeling the heat of a fire, the resonance. "You are certain?" he murmured, his voice now filled with a scholar's hunger. When she nodded, her own eyes gleaming with unshed tears of relief and validation, he finally picked up the fragment, turning it over in his hands with a reverence she had only ever seen him show the most priceless of artifacts. "The style of these etchings, this is not just old, Lyra, this is the work of the first scribes, the ones who came before the guild was even a formal institution. Their cartography was a form of art, a language of intention and energy, not just direction. I thought all their works were lost, systematically purged." He looked from the stone to her, and in his eyes, she saw the walls of his own long-held secrecy crumble. I have pieces, fragments of texts, geological surveys that do not match the official records. For years, I have suspected that our history is a palimpsest, a document scrubbed clean and written over, but this," he tapped the fragment, "this is proof. Tangible, undeniable proof." In that moment, their alliance was forged in the flickering lamplight, a pact built on shared curiosity and a dangerous truth. The risk was immense. Kalin's own clandestine research, if discovered, would see him branded a heretic and stripped of his rank, his life's work turned to ashes. By agreeing to help her, he was not merely offering guidance. He was breaking his own long-held vow of quiet, passive study and stepping into the role of an active conspirator. The conflict was no longer just Lyra against the Guild. It was their combined, fragile intellect against the monolithic, formidable power of an institution that had built its authority on a lie. The personal stakes for both of them deepened exponentially. For Lyra, it was her future. For Kalin, it was his legacy and his freedom. Their lives and everything they had worked for were now irrevocably tied to this sliver of stone. Kalin's mind, once unleashed, worked with a ferocious speed. He cleared a space on his desk, pulling out magnifying lenses and reference charts filled with his own cryptic notations. He compared the lines on Lyra's fragment to sketches in his private journals, his finger tracing the flow of the etched pathways. The first scribes did not believe in marking simple doors, he explained, his voice now alive with a focused energy. They encoded their entrances in the relationship between the city's growth and the bones of the earth. This symbol here, he pointed to a series of interlocking spirals near the fragment's edge, does not mark a place, but a condition. It speaks of a junction where the city's original watercourse was diverted, where the oldest stone of the first settlement meets a later reinforcement. It is a point of historical contradiction, a seam in the city's memory. He looked up, his eyes gleaming with triumph. It points here to the oldest section of the city's undercrofts, beneath the original granaries. There is a wall there that has never made structural sense, according to our archives. A wall that should not exist. That is our way in, with Kalin's directions etched into her mind like the lines on their precious map fragment. Lyra led the way through the sleeping city, sticking to the narrowest alleys where the overhanging eaves of the old granaries blotted out the moonlight. The air grew thick and damp as they descended into the oldest quarter, a part of the city that felt less like a living place and more like a fossilized memory. The entrance to the Undercrofts was exactly where Kalin had said it would be, a low, arched doorway, half buried behind a mound of discarded rubble and creeping moss. Its iron-bound door long since rotted away to reveal a yawning mouth of darkness. The smell that wafted out was ancient, a complex blend of wet stone, decaying wood, and the profound, metallic chill of undisturbed earth. Kalin lit a small, shielded lantern, its flame a fragile defiance against the consuming blackness. "Stay close," he whispered, his voice unnaturally loud in the absolute silence. "The foundations here are a patchwork of centuries. Trust nothing you see." They stepped inside, and the city's sounds vanished as if a heavy curtain had fallen behind them. The Undercroft was a cavernous space, its ceiling lost in shadow, supported by massive, rough-hewn pillars that seemed to grow from the floor like stone trees. Puddles of stagnant water reflected their wavering lantern light, and the only sounds were the scuff of their own boots on the damp flagstones and the occasional echoing drip of water from some unseen height. Lyra could feel the weight of the city above them, a tangible pressure that made every breath feel shallow. This was not the clean, ordered history of the Scribe Guild's libraries. This was the raw, unedited bedrock upon which all those tidy stories had been built. They moved with painstaking slowness, Kalin consulting a mental map compiled from forbidden texts and architectural anomalies. He would pause, running his hand along a wall, feeling for inconsistencies in the masonry that spoke of older constructions hidden behind later repairs. The first scribes did not build doors, he murmured, his words barely disturbing the stillness. They built opportunities. A passage appears only when one understands the logic of the stone, the intent behind its placement. He stopped before a section of wall that looked no different from any other, the same large moss-flecked blocks. But to Lyra, it felt different. Where the surrounding stone hummed with the faint, sleepy memories of centuries of weight and stability, this section felt expectant. It was a silence within the silence, a held breath. "There," she said, her own voice a soft intrusion. She pointed to a seemingly random pattern of protruding stones set within the wall. "It's a lock, a simple one, for those who know how to listen." Closing her eyes, she placed her palms flat against the cold, damp surface. Her gift reached out, not reading memories this time, but feeling for the latent energy, the designed pathways within the rock. She could feel the mechanism, a series of interlocking granite counterweights and channels, dormant for untold ages. It wasn't a puzzle of intellect, but of empathy. The stones needed to be pressed not in a specific order, but with a specific rhythm, a gentle, reassuring pressure that mimicked a heartbeat. She began to press, her movements slow and deliberate, a gentle tap, 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 followed by a longer pause, then 2 quicker presses. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a deep, grinding rumble that seemed to travel up through their bones, a seamless section of the wall, large enough for a person to pass through, slid inward and then sideways, disappearing into a hidden pocket in the masonry. Where there had been solid stone, there was now an opening, and from it breathed out a gust of air so ancient and dry, it made them cough. A staircase, hewn from the living rock, descended into an abyss of dust and absolute blackness. They exchanged a single, wide-eyed glance, a silent acknowledgement of the point of no return. Kalin went first, holding the lantern high, its light doing little to pierce the oppressive gloom. Lyra followed, and the moment she cleared the threshold, the great stone slab slid back into place with a final, echoing thud that was horrifyingly final. The sound was not loud, but it carried a terrible weight, the sound of the outside world being locked away. There was no handle on this side, no visible seam, just a perfectly smooth, impassive wall. The chance for a quick retreat was gone, eliminated as completely as if it had never existed. They were now truly inside the mystery, and the only way out was forward, into the unknown. The silence in the stairwell was heavier than any Lyra had ever known. It was not an absence of sound, but a presence, a thick, smothering blanket that seemed to absorb the very light from their lantern. The air was still and cold, smelling of deep earth and time itself. Each step they took was a small act of faith, the sound of their footfalls swallowed by the immense, waiting darkness below. Lyra felt her nerve beginning to fray at the edges. The rational part of her mind, trained by the guild, screamed that this was madness, that they were entombing themselves alive. Her breath hitched, and for a terrifying second, she felt the walls closing in, the weight of the entire labyrinth and the city above pressing down on her chest. It was Kalin's calm, steady voice that pulled her back from the edge of panic. "Breathe, Lyra," he said, his tone low and even, a rock in the swirling darkness. "Your fear is an echo in an empty hall. Listen past it. Use your other senses. What does the stone tell you?" His words were an anchor. She forced herself to take a slow, deep breath, pushing the cold, dead air into her lungs. She closed her eyes, shutting out the feeble lantern light and the terrifying blackness. She reached out with her gift, not to see, but to feel. Her fingertips brushed against the wall as they descended, and she poured her awareness into the stone. She could feel its immense age, its patient, granular strength. She could feel the subtle shifts in the masonry, the almost imperceptible gradients that hinted at the architecture's intent. There were no traps here, no malevolence, only a profound and ancient stillness, a path that had been waiting. "I can lead," she said, her voice steadier now, filled with a newfound resolve born from that connection. "I can feel the way. The steps are true, the walls are solid. It's safe." This decision was a turning point. She was no longer just following her mentor. She was embracing her unique role, using her affinity for stone, not as a curiosity, but as an essential tool for survival. Kalin, to his credit, did not argue. He simply nodded, a gesture of profound trust, and moved to let her take the lead. She placed one hand on the wall, her senses extended like a net, feeling for any shift, any hidden hollow, any change in the stone's temperament, while her other hand gripped the cold iron railing that was slick with the condensation of ages. With every step downward, the stakes escalated. They were no longer just seekers of a secret. They were explorers in a living tomb, their fate entirely dependent on finding another exit in the depths, a prospect that felt less and less certain with every passing moment. The darkness seemed to press in closer, a physical entity watching their progress. Then, just as the silence and the blackness felt like they would become permanent, a change occurred. Far below, so faint it was almost a trick of the mind, a soft, ethereal light began to pulse. It was a gentle, rhythmic glow, the color of a distant star seen through mist, and it beckoned them forward, a silent siren call from the very heart of the earth. The stairwell finally opened up, not into another cramped passage, but into a space so vast their meager lantern light simply vanished into it, swallowed by an immensity that made their previous journey feel like a crawl through a narrow pipe. They stood at the edge of a cavern of impossible scale, its ceiling a distant, star-dusted sky. But these were not stars. Embedded in every surface of the cavern, the walls, the soaring pillars, even the floor they cautiously stepped onto, were countless crystals, each one no larger than Lyra's thumbnail. They pulsed with a soft, internal light, a gentle, rhythmic glow that filled the immense gallery with a diffuse, ethereal luminescence. After the consuming blackness of the stairs, it should have been a relief, a moment of breathtaking beauty. But as their eyes adjusted, a deep unease settled over them. The crystals were not pulsing at random. The light within them swelled and faded in a slow, steady cadence that mirrored the frantic beating of their own hearts. Lyra could feel the twin rhythms in her chest, the physical thump of her pulse, and this strange, luminous echo from the walls. The gallery was not just lit by the crystals, it was alive with them, and it was listening. Kalin, ever the scholar, immediately began to mutter observations, his voice a low, awed whisper that was instantly absorbed by the sheer scale of the place. A resonance chamber, a geological anomaly of unprecedented. No, this is engineered. This is a recording. He moved closer to a nearby wall, peering at the crystals through his spectacles. They seem to be quartz, but the luminescence, it's a reaction to bioelectric fields, to life itself. They are tuning forks for emotion. Driven by an instinct she could not name, Lyra reached out, her fingers hovering just before a cluster of the glowing stones. The air around them hummed with a potential energy, a silent invitation. She glanced at Kalin, who gave a slow, cautious nod. Taking a deep breath, she pressed her palm flat against the cool, smooth surface of the largest crystal. The effect was instantaneous and overwhelming. The gentle pulse of light erupted into a blinding flash, and the silent cavern was suddenly, terrifyingly, full of voices. Not one or two, but hundreds, thousands of them, all speaking at once. It was a cacophony of hope and terror, of whispered prayers and final, desperate curses. Fragments of conversations from 100 different eras slammed into her consciousness. The Heartstone, it must be protected, a firm, resonant voice declared. The Guardian sleeps, but it dreams of vengeance. Another, more fearful tone hissed. Turn back, for the love of the sun. Turn back before it's too late. A woman sobbed. The whispers were not just sounds, they were emotions given voice. Lyra felt the sharp sting of ambition, the cold clutch of despair, the warm bloom of love for a companion, the acidic burn of betrayal. It was a tidal wave of raw, unfiltered human experience, and it washed over her, pulling her under. She cried out, stumbling back from the wall, her hands flying to her ears in a futile attempt to block the noise that was coming from inside her own head. Kalin rushed to her side, his face a mask of alarm. Lyra, what is it? What do you hear? But his voice was just one more thread in the suffocating tapestry of sound. She could barely distinguish it from the ghost of a long-dead explorer, muttering about supplies. The conflict between them, which had been a subtle undercurrent, now snapped into sharp focus. Kalin could see her distress, but he could hear nothing but the profound, unnerving silence of the gallery. He was a man of logic, of patterns and decipherable codes, and he was faced with a problem that defied both. Describe it. Is there a pattern, a language, a repeating sequence? He urged, his mind already trying to catalog the invisible. But for Lyra, it was not a code to be broken. It was a storm to be weathered. The emotional torrent was a physical force, making her nauseous and disoriented. She felt the hopes of the long dead as if they were her own, and their failures felt like personal condemnations. The labyrinth was no longer just a series of physical challenges. It was a sentient archive of emotion, and it was actively preying on her mind, using her own gift as a weapon against her. Tears of frustration and sensory overload welled in her eyes as she shook her head, trying to clear it. Kalin's logical approach felt like a demand for a map of a hurricane. I can't. It's all of them all at once. It's too much, she gasped, sinking to her knees. The whispers swirled around her, a chaotic symphony of the lost. But then, through the roaring static of countless lives, one thread began to stand out. It was not the loudest, nor the most dramatic. It was a soft, persistent whisper of pure, unadulterated sorrow. It was not a warning or a boast, but a simple, heartbreaking expression of grief, a lament that repeated the same mournful tone over and over. It was this very consistency, this lack of agenda, that made it a potential anchor in the storm. Drawing on the last of her mental strength, she made a decision. She would stop fighting the noise. Instead, she would surrender to a single part of it. She looked up at Kalin, her voice trembling but clear with newfound purpose. There's one, a sound of sorrow. It's constant. I'm going to follow it. I have to block out everything else. Kalin's face was a battlefield of conflicting instincts. His rational mind rebelled against the idea. It was unscientific, a surrender to subjectivity. How could they trust a path chosen by a feeling? What if it was a trap, a lure set by the labyrinth itself? But looking at Lyra, seeing the pale, determined set of her jaw and the clarity returning to her fear-glazed eyes, he knew that his methods were useless here. Their survival depended on her gift, and he had to trust her interpretation of it, even if it defied all his training. It was a profound moment of relinquishment. "Do it," he said, his voice tight. "I will follow your lead." The rift between their approaches was bridged not by one convincing the other, but by a hard-won, pragmatic trust. Lyra closed her eyes again, but this time, she did not try to feel the stone. She focused her entire being on that one sorrowful whisper, letting it fill her mind like a single, sustained note from a distant flute. She allowed the shouts of warning and the boasts of glory to become a dull background roar, a river of noise she stood beside but did not enter. The sorrow became her compass. She rose to her feet, her movements slow and deliberate, and began to walk, her head cocked as if listening to a song only she could hear. Kalin stayed close behind, his own senses alert for any physical danger, his role now that of a guardian for a guide, navigating an invisible landscape. The sorrowful whisper did not lead them on a straight path. It wove between the massive, crystal-encrusted pillars, drawing them deeper into the gallery's heart. And as they followed its melancholy pull, the atmosphere around them began to change. The air, which had been still and cool, grew noticeably colder, carrying a damp chill that seeped into their bones. The crystals embedded in the walls and floor, which had pulsed with a soft, multi-colored light, began to dim, their luminescence fading to a dull, sullen gray. The chaotic chorus of whispers grew quieter, too, as if the very voices were afraid to cross this new threshold. Ahead, the path narrowed, terminating in a solitary, plain archway made of a dark, non-reflective stone. It was an uninviting mouth of shadow, a stark contrast to the vibrant, if terrifying, life of the whispering gallery. The sorrowful whisper seemed to emanate from just beyond it, a final, soft sigh, beckoning them forward into a silence that felt far more menacing than any amount of noise. Stepping through the dark archway felt like crossing into another world entirely. The oppressive chill and the sorrowful whisper that had guided them were abruptly severed, replaced by a profound, watchful silence. They found themselves in a perfectly circular chamber, its walls smooth and featureless, save for 5 identical, unmarked archways spaced evenly around its circumference. There were no crystals here, no carvings, no dust. The only source of light was a soft, ambient glow that seemed to emanate from the air itself, illuminating the room with a sterile, clinical clarity. In the exact center of the chamber, standing alone on a simple pedestal of the same dark stone, was a single object, a smooth, perfectly spherical orb, so deeply black it looked like a hole punched through reality. It did not reflect the light, it consumed it. Hesitantly, Lyra moved toward the pedestal, Kalin hanging back a few steps, his scholar's eyes darting around the room, searching for inscriptions, mechanisms, any clue to the chamber's purpose. There was nothing. The entire room was a void, a blank slate waiting for a story to be written upon it. As Lyra drew within a few feet of the orb, it reacted. Without a sound, the black surface rippled like the surface of a still pond, disturbed by a stone, and from it, ghostly, translucent figures began to bloom onto the walls around them. They were not static images, but full reenactments, silent plays of light and shadow depicting men and women from countless different eras, all standing in this very chamber, all facing the same dark orb. The air grew thick with the weight of their long-vanished presences. The first echo showed a knight in ornate, glimmering armor, his face a mask of avarice. He puffed out his chest, declaring his intent to claim the labyrinth's power for his own kingdom, to make his name immortal in song and story. The moment the words left his ghostly lips, one of the archways shimmered, and he strode toward it with arrogant confidence. But as he crossed the threshold, the doorway did not lead to a hall. It dissolved into a vortex of grasping, shadowy hands that pulled him screaming into nothingness. The second echo was of a woman in scholarly robes, her eyes wide with terror. She whispered that she sought only to escape, to return to the sun and safety, renouncing any further quest. Another archway glowed, offering a promise of retreat. She rushed toward it, but the moment she entered, the doorway solidified back into solid, impassable stone, trapping her in the chamber forever, her ghostly form eternally pounding on the unyielding rock in a silent scream of despair. A third showed a man who proclaimed he sought ultimate knowledge, to know all the secrets of the earth, so that none could ever hold power over him. His chosen door led him not to a library, but into a hall of infinite, maddening mirrors that reflected only his own growing isolation and paranoia until his mind unraveled. One by one, the echoes played out, a tragic gallery of failure. The lesson was brutally clear. Greed, fear, and arrogance were not just flaws here. They were keys that unlocked their own personalized damnations. The labyrinth was not a simple puzzle box of stone and magic. It was a crucible for the soul. It judged not the cleverness of the seeker, but the purity of their heart. And the most terrifying part was the consequence they witnessed playing out on the walls. The ghostly echoes were beginning to fade. With each passing moment, the translucent figures grew more faint, their silent dramas dimming. The chamber was giving them a limited time to watch, to learn, and to choose. A timer of ethereal light was counting down to their own judgment. The pressure in the room became a physical force, squeezing the air from Lyra's lungs. All the theoretical stakes of their journey being outcasts, challenging the guild, crashed down upon her with concrete, immediate weight. Her life and Kalin's depended entirely on the next words she spoke. The orb on the pedestal seemed to pulse, waiting. It was probing her, demanding an answer to the most fundamental question. Why are you here? Her mind raced, presenting her with tempting, self-justifying answers. She could claim she sought knowledge like Kalin, to restore a lost history. She could, in a hidden corner of her heart, admit that a part of her desired the glory of being the one who solved the tower's greatest mystery. But as she watched the final, fading echo of a woman who had lied to the orb and been consumed by her own deception, Lyra knew that any answer other than the complete, unvarnished truth would be their end. This was the conflict the labyrinth had engineered, a moment of excruciating internal honesty under the threat of annihilation. She closed her eyes, shutting out the frightening specters on the walls. In the darkness behind her eyelids, she saw not the grandeur of the white gold tower or the approval of her peers, but the memory that had started it all, the foundation stone's vision. She felt again the profound, aching loneliness of the dying light in the depths, the desperate, wordless plea that had resonated with the very core of her being. It had never been about her. It had never been about reward or recognition. It was about an entity in pain, a voice crying out in the darkness that only she could hear. She opened her eyes and looked directly into the heart of the black orb, her voice clear and steady, stripped of all pretense and fear. "I am here," she said, "to answer the call. I am here to help the one who is suffering. I seek no power, no glory, no knowledge for myself, only to offer aid if I can." For a heartbeat that felt like an eternity, nothing happened. The orb remained a void. The ghostly echoes on the walls flickered, their final moments hanging in the balance. Kalin held his breath, his hand gripping her shoulder in a silent gesture of solidarity. Then a soft, warm light, the color of a gentle dawn, bloomed from the center of the orb. It was not the harsh, judging light of the failed seekers, but a light of acceptance, of validation. As the light touched the walls, the final ghosts of the past faded away completely, their lessons absorbed, and then, with a quiet, resonant chime that vibrated through the stone floor, one of the 5 archways, the one directly behind the pedestal, began to glow with the same soft, approving light. It was an invitation, a path offered not to the cleverest or the strongest, but to the one who had passed the test of compassion. Without a word, Lyra and Kalin walked toward the glowing archway. The stakes of their journey had just been fundamentally rewritten. The labyrinth had escalated the challenge from the intellectual to the moral. Their survival was no longer guaranteed by Kalin's maps or Lyra's affinity for stone, but by the quality of their character. As they stepped across the threshold, the gentle light of the chamber vanished, and they were plunged into a different kind of strangeness. The archway did not lead to another static corridor. They found themselves in a hallway that was palpably, undeniably alive. The walls were not smooth stone, but a textured, almost organic surface that expanded and contracted in a slow, rhythmic pulse, like the interior of some great, sleeping beast. The air was warm and moist, carrying a faint, mineral scent, and the sound of their breathing was matched by the deep, resonant sigh of the stone itself, shifting slowly and rhythmically around them. The moment they stepped fully into the corridor, the nature of their journey shifted from one of discovery to one of survival. The passage was not wide, perhaps only the span of 2 people standing side by side, and the walls were no longer inert masonry. They were a textured, almost fleshy surface of interlocking stone plates, dark and glistening faintly in the light from Kalin's lantern, and they were moving. A deep, resonant inhalation seemed to draw the walls inward, narrowing the space by half, forcing Lyra and Kalin to press themselves flat against the stone to avoid being crushed. The movement was not violent or jerky, but possessed a slow, inexorable force, like the closing of a giant's hand. Then, just as steadily, the walls would exhale, expanding back to their original position with a low groan of shifting rock. The rhythm was unnervingly regular, a slow, deep breath that filled the corridor with the sound of a living mountain. Kalin, ever the observer even in the face of mortal danger, immediately began to analyze their predicament, his voice a tense murmur against the rhythmic sigh of the stone. The contraction cycle is approximately 10 seconds, with a 5-second expansion phase. We have to move during the expansion, but the window is too narrow to cover the entire length of the corridor in one go. We will need to find pockets of safety, alcoves or wider sections. He held the lantern high, its beam dancing over the undulating walls, but the corridor stretched into darkness, a tunnel of pulsating stone with no visible end and no recesses to offer shelter. It was a continuous, breathing throat, and they were deep within it. This was where Lyra's gift became their only compass. While Kalin calculated time, she reached out with her stone sense, placing her palms flat against the warm, strangely yielding surface. She closed her eyes, blocking out the terrifying visual of the closing walls and focusing on the deeper reality. She could feel the energy flowing through the corridor, a current of ancient magic that pulsed in time with the physical movement. It was not a simple mechanism, it was a living system. It's not just a timer, she said, her voice strained with concentration. There's a pattern within the pattern. A slight quickening of the pulse just before the contraction, like a muscle tensing, and a hesitation, a stutter at the peak of the expansion. That's our signal. That's when we move. Her ability to predict the rhythm was not guesswork. It was a form of listening, of understanding the intent and flow of the stone itself. Their survival now hinged on a perfect, terrifying synchronicity between Kalin's logical observation of the physical world and Lyra's empathic reading of its hidden energy. Their progress became a harrowing dance. They would wait, pressed against the wall during its inward squeeze, the cold, living stone pressing against their backs, the air thick and heavy. Lyra would have her eyes shut, her entire being focused on the subterranean pulse. Now, she would whisper, the moment she felt the telltale stutter. As the walls began their slow, groaning exhalation, they would push off and scramble forward a dozen frantic steps before the next inhalation began, forcing them to flatten themselves once more, their hearts hammering against their ribs. It was a stop-start journey through a giant's ribcage, each cycle a gamble with their lives. The conflict was no longer between them, but a shared struggle against the environment itself. Every step required absolute trust, Kalin trusting Lyra's inexplicable sense of the stone's intent, and Lyra trusting that Kalin's steady presence and light would guide their feet on the treacherous, shifting floor. During one of these frantic sprints, as the walls began their inward journey, a fraction of a second earlier than Lyra had predicted, Kalin's sleeve, the coarse wool of his scribe's robe, brushed against the closing stone. It should have been a glancing blow, but the consequence was immediate and chilling. The stone did not simply push him, it clung. The fleshy, textured surface seemed to soften at the point of contact, gripping the fabric like glue. For a horrifying second, Kalin was pulled off balance, his arm trapped as the wall continued its relentless inward push. Lyra cried out, grabbing his free arm to anchor him. Then, with a soft, tearing sound, the stone released its grip. Kalin stumbled back, his face pale. On his sleeve, a single, long thread of wool was stuck to the wall, pulled taut for a moment before being absorbed into the stone, vanishing as if it had been swallowed. The wall smoothed over, leaving no trace of the violation. The message was terrifyingly clear. The labyrinth was not only alive and reactive, but it was also absorptive, potentially predatory. It had taken a tiny piece of him, a sample. This changed everything. The stakes were no longer just about being crushed. The labyrinth had escalated from a dynamic puzzle to an entity that might consume them, piece by piece. They stood panting in the brief expansion phase, staring at the spot where the thread had disappeared. The option to retreat, to try and find another way, hovered in the air between them. But going back meant the chamber of echoing choices, a judgment they had barely passed, and the sealed door behind them. There was no other way. Their decision, made in a shared, silent look, was one of grim acceptance. They would proceed, accepting the tangible, physical risk of the living stone. They would move more quickly, more carefully, but they would not turn back. The goal of answering the Heartstone's plea was now weighed against the very real possibility of being digested by the path they walked. Renewing their terrifying dance, they pushed forward with a fresh, sharp-edged fear. Kalin now held his arms tightly to his sides, and Lyra's predictions became even more focused. Her connection to the stone's rhythm so deep, she seemed to be breathing with the corridor itself. As they neared what they hoped was the end, the nature of the walls began to shift again. The strange, organic-looking veins Kalin had noted earlier, thin, pulsating lines of a darker, almost black stone that ran through the walls like capillaries, became more numerous and pronounced. They began to converge, all flowing in the same direction, as if drawn toward a single, central point. The rhythmic breathing of the corridor seemed to soften here, the contractions and expansions becoming less violent, more like the gentle tide of a slow, sleeping heart. Finally, the corridor opened abruptly into a vast, cavernous space, and the breathing walls fell away behind them. They stood at the threshold, catching their breath, their eyes adjusting to a new, awe-inspiring sight. The entire cavern was dominated by a single, magnificent structure. It was a tree, but a tree of stone, so colossal its roots, each thicker than a man, dug deep into the floor, and its branches, frozen in a beautiful, intricate canopy, supported the cavern's ceiling high above. The dark, organic veins from the living corridor ran across the floor and up the walls, all converging on the tree's massive, petrified trunk, feeding into it like 1,000 tributaries joining a mighty river. The tree stood silent and majestic, the clear, undeniable heart of this subterranean world, and at its base, nestled within a hollow formed by its great roots, a soft, dormant light pulsed with a weak, fading rhythm. The sheer scale of the petrified tree made them feel like insects at the foot of a mountain, its stone bark etched with patterns that seemed to tell a story older than the city above. The air in the cavern was still and heavy, filled with a silence that felt less like an absence of sound and more like a held breath, a collective waiting from the very stone around them. All the dark, organic veins from the living corridor flowed directly into the tree's massive roots, and from there, the energy seemed to travel upward through the frozen branches, a silent, desperate attempt to sustain something vital. Their eyes were drawn downward to a hollow formed by the great, gnarled roots at the base of the trunk. Nestled within that protective cradle of stone was a single, large crystal, about the size of Lyra's head. This was the source of the faint, fading pulse of light they had seen from the corridor. It was the Heartstone, but it was a Heartstone in name only. The crystal should have been blazing with an inner fire, a brilliant core of light and power. Instead, it was clouded and dark, like a diamond smeared with thick, black oil. Its light, what little there was, flickered erratically, a heartbeat on the verge of flatlining. A profound, palpable sadness emanated from it, a wave of pure, undiluted sorrow that washed over them the moment they stepped closer. It was the same sorrow Lyra had followed through the Whispering Gallery, but here, at its source, it was 1,000 times more potent. It was the grief of a world severed from its purpose, the loneliness of a consciousness abandoned and slowly dying. Lyra felt it in her very bones, a sympathetic ache that made her eyes prickle with unshed tears. Without a single thought of caution, driven by an overwhelming need to offer comfort, she stepped forward and placed both of her hands flat upon the cold, clouded surface of the crystal. The reaction was not violent, but it was immediate and profound. The moment her skin made contact, the dark cloud within the Heartstone seemed to recoil from her touch. A faint, clean, golden light sputtered to life deep within its core, growing steadily brighter, pushing back against the darkness. But this was not just a visual phenomenon. For Lyra, the world dissolved. The cavern, Kalin, the petrified tree, all of it vanished, replaced by a torrent of sensation and knowledge that flooded directly into her mind. She saw the labyrinth not as a series of chambers and corridors, but as a vast, living network, a nervous system of stone and magic, with the Heartstone as its brilliant, thinking core. She felt its original purpose, a symbiotic bond with the white gold tower, channeling stability, wisdom, and gentle enchantment upward to nourish the city and its people. It was a beautiful, harmonious relationship, a song sung in two parts, one from below and one from above. Then came the betrayal. The vision shifted, turning sharp and painful. She saw not a face, but felt an intent cold, calculated, and fearful. A powerful mind from the tower above, one of the early Arch-Scribes, had looked upon the labyrinth's vibrant, independent consciousness and seen not a partner, but a threat. This person had devised a ritual, a poison of will and magic, and channeled it down through the tower's foundation, directly into the Heartstone. Lyra felt the moment of violation as if it were her own, a searing, acidic shock that severed the crystalline connection to the world above. The vibrant network began to dim. The song became a discordant echo, and then silence. The poison did not destroy the Heartstone outright. It was a slow, insidious rot, a spiritual sepsis that had been festering for centuries, leaching the color and life from the labyrinth and leaving this magnificent consciousness trapped in a dying body, fully aware of its own agonizing decline. The vision ended as suddenly as it began, and Lyra stumbled back from the Heartstone, gasping for air as if she had been drowning. The connection broke, but the echo of the agony did not. She could still feel the Heartstone's pain throbbing in her own chest, a sympathetic wound that was both a gift of profound understanding and a terrible, crushing burden. She now knew its true name, its purpose, and the depth of the injustice done to it. She looked at her hands, half expecting to see them stained with the metaphysical poison. Kalin was at her side in an instant, his hand on her arm, his face etched with concern. "Lyra, speak to me. What did it show you?" His voice was tight with a fear that was purely for her. He had seen her stagger, seen the tears streaming down her face, and his scholar's mind, trained to be wary of unverified spiritual contact, immediately leaped to the dangers. Such a deep connection, the metaphysical strain could be immense. We don't understand the nature of this consciousness. It could be using you, feeding on your energy, your empathy. This created a new, intimate tension between them. Lyra was feeling the Heartstone's truth in the very fiber of her being. a truth so real it felt more solid than the ground beneath her feet. Kalin, meanwhile, was observing the effects on his protege, fearing the cost of such a deep emotional and psychic bond. His worry was not born of disbelief, but of protection. He saw her suffering and wanted to pull her back from the edge, but for Lyra, stepping back was no longer an option. The Heartstone's loneliness was now her loneliness. Its plea was a command she could not ignore. She looked from Kalin's worried face back to the softly glowing crystal, its light a little stronger now, sustained by her touch, by her belief. It was waiting. It had shown her the wound, and now it was waiting to see if she would be the one to bring the cure. Her decision was made with a clarity that cut through the lingering pain and Kalin's well-intentioned fears. This was no longer an academic quest for hidden knowledge or a desperate flight from the tower guard. It was a moral imperative. She turned fully to face the Heartstone, her voice low but resonant with a conviction that filled the cavern. "I hear you," she said, the words a vow not just spoken, but felt. "I have seen the truth. I promise you, I will find a way to heal this. I will find a way to restore the connection. The balance will be remade." It was not a boast or a guarantee of success, but a solemn oath, a commitment of her life and her gift to this cause. In that moment, the mission transformed completely. They were no longer explorers or seekers of secrets. They were would-be healers, and the fate of the entire enchanted labyrinth, this vast, sentient world beneath their feet, now rested entirely on the success of their desperate, seemingly impossible endeavor. As if in answer to her vow, the Heartstone pulsed once, a strong, clear beat of light that pushed back the shadows in the cavern. Then, a new image blossomed in Lyra's mind, not a painful memory this time, but a clear, purposeful vision. She saw a library, but unlike any she had ever known. Its walls were carved from deep purple amethyst, and instead of books on shelves, there were floating, solidified shapes of pure light, each one containing a recorded moment, a contract, a law. She knew instantly that this was the archive of broken vows, the place where the original pact between the tower and the labyrinth had been recorded, and where the evidence of its betrayal was stored. The vision did not just show her the place. It laid a path in her mind, a clear, luminous thread leading from the Heartstone's chamber, through a specific, hitherto unnoticed archway behind the petrified tree, and deep into the labyrinth's memory. The way forward was no longer a mystery. The truth of the poison was waiting to be read, and the Heartstone had just given them the map. The path the Heartstone had revealed was a far cry from the treacherous, breathing corridor they had just survived. It was a gentle, downward-sloping tunnel whose walls seemed to hum with a quiet, welcoming energy, the stone warm and smooth under Lyra's trailing fingertips. The air itself smelled different here, clean and sharp, like ozone after a storm, carrying a faint, sweet scent reminiscent of crushed violets and old parchment. The tunnel curved gracefully, and as they rounded the final bend, the light from Kalin's lantern was suddenly rendered obsolete, drowned in a radiance that spilled from the chamber ahead. They both stopped in their tracks, their breaths catching in unison. The archive of broken vows was not a room built from stone, but a geode of cosmic proportions, a cavern whose every surface was carved from a single, colossal vein of amethyst. The walls, the floor, the soaring, vaulted ceiling, All of it was a translucent, deep purple crystal that glowed with its own soft, internal light, casting everything in a serene, lavender-tinged luminescence. But it was the contents of the cavern that truly defied understanding. There were no shelves, no scrolls, no leather-bound volumes. Instead, floating in the still air of the vast space were hundreds, perhaps thousands, of shapes made of solidified light. Some were simple, geometric tablets that pulsed slowly. Others were complex, swirling spheres of intertwined golden and silver filaments, like captured constellations. Some took the form of intricate, three-dimensional runes that slowly rotated in place, while others were shimmering, rectangular panes that resembled windows into other times. These were the records, not words written about history, but history itself, crystallized into pure information, waiting for a consciousness capable of interfacing with it. The air thrummed with the silent, potent energy of a million stored moments, a library of absolute truth. Kalin immediately fell into his role as the scholar, his eyes wide behind his spectacles, his head swiveling as he tried to take in the impossible scope of it all. The energy signatures, they're coherent, stable. This is a level of information storage the Guild couldn't even dream of. It's not a recording, it's a preservation. These are the events themselves, held in a state of perfect potential. He reached a hand tentatively toward a nearby, softly humming cube of light, but his fingers passed through it as if it were mist. It requires a specific key, he murmured, a note of frustration in his voice. A resonance I don't possess. He looked at Lyra, and in his gaze was a mixture of awe and a profound, scholarly envy. This archive was the ultimate prize for a mind like his, and he was locked out. The only key was the very gift that had brought them here. Lyra understood without being told. This was her task alone. She approached the nearest record, a simple, flat disk of shimmering white light that hovered at chest height. Taking a steadying breath, she reached out, not with her hand, but with her mind, extending the same part of her that could feel the memories in stone. Her fingertips brushed the surface of the light, and the archive dissolved around her. She was no longer in a crystal cavern. She was standing on a windswept hill, under a brilliant blue sky, the scent of fresh turned earth and wildflowers thick in the air. Before her stood two figures. One was a woman with skin, the color of dark, rich soil, and eyes that held the patient depth of mountain lakes. The builder of the labyrinth, its creator and first consciousness. The other was a man with a kind, weathered face and hands calloused from both wielding a chisel and holding a quill, the first Arch-Scribe, a lyric. There was no formal ceremony, no grand pronouncements. They simply stood together, their hands clasped, and as they did, Lyra felt the pact form. It was not a contract of words, but a weaving of intent, a promise sung directly from one soul to another. The labyrinth would provide stability, wisdom, and a connection to the deep magic of the earth. The tower and the scribes within it would act as its voice in the world above, its stewards and interpreters. It was a relationship of perfect balance, a symbiotic dance of stone and spirit that filled Lyra with a sense of wholeness so profound it brought tears to her eyes. The vision shifted, the idyllic hill fading as another light record. A tangled knot of silver and black filaments drew her in. The atmosphere turned cold and oppressive. She was in a chamber, She recognized the foundation level of the white gold tower, but newer, the stone still sharp-edged. A different Arch-Scribe stood there, a man named Thuron. His face was not kind, but sharp and calculating. His eyes narrowed with a fear that had curdled into something far more dangerous, a hunger for absolute control. He looked not at the stone with reverence, but with suspicion. In this memory, Lyra could feel his thoughts as if they were her own. He feared the labyrinth's independent will, its vast, unknowable power. What if it changed its mind? What if it decided the people of the tower were unworthy? His fear was an acid that ate away at the beauty of the original Pact. She watched, her spirit screaming in silent protest, as he performed a twisted, dark mirror of the first ceremony. He placed his hands on a specific foundation stone, but instead of offering a promise, he channeled a ritual of severance, a poison of will and forbidden magic, designed not to destroy the Heartstone, but to shackle it, to choke its connection to the tower and force it into a dormant, subservient state. Lyra felt the exact moment the poison hit the Heartstone, a searing, metaphysical wound that echoed the physical agony she had felt earlier. The vibrant connection snapped, the song of balance was cut off mid-note, and a terrible, ringing silence fell in its place. Thuron stood back, a grim smile of satisfaction on his face. Control had been achieved. The partnership was dead, replaced by a dictatorship built on a lie. The vision ended, and Lyra stumbled back from the light record, the beautiful amethyst archive swimming back into focus. She felt physically ill, the greasy residue of Thuron's betrayal clinging to her spirit. The truth was far more devastating than she could have imagined. It wasn't an accident or a slow decay. It was a deliberate, calculated act of violence against a trusting consciousness. The entire edifice of the Scribe Guild, the institution that had given her life purpose and structure, was built upon this foundational act of treachery. Every law they enforced, every history they taught, every moment of reverence for the tower was predicated on a lie designed to conceal this original sin. The conflict within her was tectonic. To heal the Heartstone, she would have to expose this truth, but doing so wouldn't just challenge a few powerful individuals. It would shatter the very bedrock of her society. It would unmask the guild not as guardians of history, but as the children of a thief and a poisoner. The comfortable, ordered world she knew would dissolve into chaos and recrimination. Was revealing a truth worth the destruction it would inevitably cause? Could a society built on a lie ever be truly healthy? The weight of the knowledge felt like a physical burden, threatening to crush her. Kalin was at her side in an instant, his hand on her arm. "Lyra, what did you see? Your face. It's as pale as moonlight." She tried to speak, but the words caught in her throat. How could she articulate the sheer scale of the betrayal? Instead, she simply reached out and took his hand, and in a surge of desperate need, she pushed the memory, the vision of Thuron's poisoning of the connection, directly into his mind. She felt him jolt, his fingers tightening around hers like a vise. He saw the first Arch-Scribe's kindness, felt the beautiful symmetry of the original Pact, and then experienced the cold, brutal shock of the severance. When the connection broke, he staggered back, ripping his hand from hers as if burned. His face, usually a mask of scholarly curiosity, was a portrait of horrified disbelief. "No, it cannot be, Thuron, but his treatises. He is one of our most revered founders. The conflict was now his as well. His life's work, his deep study of the guild's history, was suddenly inverted. The texts he had pored over for decades were not just incomplete. They were propaganda, designed to hide a monstrous crime. They stood in the glowing silence of the archive, the beautiful light books seeming to mock them with their pristine truth. The stakes of their quest had just escalated beyond anything they could have conceived. This was no longer a personal mission of discovery or even a rescue attempt for a dying entity. It was a direct, unavoidable challenge to the highest authority in their world. To heal the Heartstone, they would have to publicly dismantle the myth of the Scribe Guild's divine right to rule. They would become not just outcasts, but revolutionaries. Lyra looked from Kalin's ashen, conflicted face to the swirling records of light, to the evidence of a beautiful promise and its ugly undoing. The Heartstone's agony was a fresh wound in her soul. Its pain was more real, more immediate than any abstract fear of societal collapse. A society that needed a lie to survive, she realized, did not deserve to survive in that form. The truth, no matter how painful, was the only thing that could ever truly heal both the Heartstone and the city above. Her decision crystallized with a cold, hard clarity. The truth must be revealed, she said, her voice quiet but absolute, ringing in the crystalline space. No matter the cost, we cannot heal the Heartstone by perpetuating the lie that sickened it. We have to honor the original pact, not the betrayal that broke it. It was a declaration of war, spoken in a whisper. Kalin looked at her for a long moment, his own internal struggle visible in the tight line of his mouth. Then, slowly, he nodded. The scholar in him, the part that revered truth above all, even his own life's work, had won. The truth, he echoed, his voice hoarse. No matter the cost. In that moment, their alliance was reforged in the fires of a devastating revelation. They were no longer just mentor and student. They were co-conspirators in a plot to rewrite history itself. As the weight of their choice settled upon them, the serene atmosphere of the archive shattered. A deep, resonant chime echoed through the amethyst cavern, a sound that was not made for human ears. It vibrated up through the soles of their feet and rattled their teeth, a note of pure, discordant power that spoke of ancient alarms and long-dormant defenses. As the chime faded, the library responded. One by one, the beautiful, solidified light books began to dim. It started at the far end of the cavern, a wave of extinguishing brilliance rolling toward them. The golden spheres winked out. The shimmering panes of history turned to gray, inert smoke before dissolving into nothingness. The soft, lavender glow of the amethyst walls themselves seemed to retreat, as if the very crystal was withdrawing its light. The archive of broken vows was plunging itself into a protective darkness, and they were trapped inside with whatever had triggered its final, fail-safe warning. The deep, resonant chime that had shaken the archive faded, but its echo seemed to solidify in the air, transforming the vast amethyst cavern from a place of serene knowledge into a cage of imminent judgment. The last of the light books winked out, plunging the chamber into a twilight lit only by the faint, retreating glow of the walls themselves. Then, the very center of the library began to change. The massive central pillar, a column of pure, dark amethyst, rippled like the surface of a pond. From within its depths, a form began to coalesce, pulling itself from the stone as if the rock were merely water. It was the Guardian. It was not a statue come to life, but something far more elemental, a being sculpted from the living essence of the labyrinth itself. Its body was a constantly shifting mosaic of granite, obsidian, and quartz, and through the seams of its stone flesh pulsed veins of pure, white light. It had no fixed face, only a smooth, ovoid head where features would flux and reform, a brief, glaring eye of crystal, a mouth like fissure that spat sparks, a brow of jagged rock that conveyed immense, ancient anger. It stood twice the height of a man, and when its feet, broad and flat as foundation stones, settled onto the floor, the entire chamber shuddered, a tremor that vibrated up through Lyra's and Kalin's bones. The Guardian took a single, ground-shaking step toward them, blocking the only archway that led back to the Heartstone's chamber, their only known way out. Its voice, when it spoke, was not a sound heard with the ears so much as a vibration felt in the teeth and the soul, a low, continuous rumble of grinding continents and settling mountains. You disturbed the silence of the archives. The words were not in any language Lyra knew, yet she understood them perfectly, their meaning etched directly into her mind. You touch the records of vows. You invade the memory of stone, state your purpose, flesh-born, or become dust within the memory you have stolen. This was no mere automaton, following a simple program. This was the final, physical embodiment of the labyrinth's will to protect itself, a sentinel of immense power and older, more rigid logic than any human mind could comprehend. The consequence of their intrusion was now terrifyingly clear. They were not merely trapped. They were on trial, and the penalty for failure was not just death, but eternal entombment within this beautiful, darkening crypt. The tension in the air was so thick it was difficult to breathe. Kalin, ever the pragmatist, instinctively moved half a step in front of Lyra, his mind likely racing through 1,000 historical accounts and tactical treatises, searching for a logical argument, a precedent, anything that might appeal to this creature's reason. But Lyra knew, with a certainty that went deeper than thought, that logic alone would fail here. The Guardian was not a scholar to be debated. It was a conscience to be appealed to. It was testing their resolve not with puzzles, but with the sheer, overwhelming pressure of its presence. As if to emphasize this, the Guardian raised one massive, stone and light hand. The veins of brilliance within its arm flared, and from its palm, a shimmering, heatless wall of force erupted, slamming into the space between them. It didn't harm them, but it pushed them back several feet, a clear, physical demonstration of its power. The air crackled with ozone. The betrayer Thuron spoke with cunning words. The Guardian's voice boomed. The name Thuron spat out like a piece of gravel. His tongue was a polished blade. His heart was a poisoned well. Why should your words be any different? This was the heart of the conflict. The Guardian had felt the first and most profound betrayal. It had witnessed the lie that poisoned its world, and now it saw all subsequent visitors through that lens of deep, abiding suspicion. Kalin opened his mouth, no doubt to launch into a carefully structured explanation of their scholarly intent, their desire to restore historical accuracy. But Lyra placed a gentle but firm hand on his arm, stopping him. She understood that any attempt to justify their presence through intellectual curiosity, or even a desire for personal redemption, would ring hollow. It would sound like Thuron's polished blade. The only currency this being would accept was raw, unvarnished truth. The stakes could not be higher. To be found wanting meant being sealed forever in the dark with the ghosts of broken promises, their own story ending as just another forgotten entry in this archive of failure. And so, Lyra made her decision. She stepped out from behind Kalin's protective stance and walked forward until she was standing directly before the towering entity, close enough to feel the static prickle of the light in its chest and the deep geothermal heat radiating from its stone body. She did not bow, nor did she cower. She simply looked up into the shifting, faceless head and began to speak. Her voice was quiet, but it carried in the silent chamber, clear and steady. She offered no defense, no excuses for their trespass. She did not try to explain away their actions. Instead, she opened herself completely. She spoke of the first vision from the foundation stone, the profound loneliness, the desperate cry for help that had called to her gift. She described her vow to the Heartstone, not as a strategic alliance, but as a promise made from one suffering consciousness to another. And then, she did the one thing that went against every instinct of self-preservation. She shared everything she had just learned in the archive. She poured the memory of the original pact between the builder and Arch-Scribe Lyra into her words, letting the Guardian feel the beauty and wholeness of that moment through her own emotional recall. And then, with her voice trembling only slightly, she recounted the vision of Thuron's betrayal, allowing the Guardian to feel the cold, calculated fear and the searing pain of the severance, not as a historical fact, but as a fresh wound experienced through her empathy. She held nothing back, offering her honesty as her only shield and her only weapon. For a long, agonizing moment, the Guardian was utterly still. The shifting of its form ceased, the light in its veins dimmed to a faint glow. It was a statue of immense, waiting power. The entire archive seemed to be holding its breath. Lyra could feel Kalin's terrified silence behind her. This was the moment of judgment. Had her truth been enough, or had the Guardian, in its ancient grief, simply become incapable of trusting anything that walked on two legs and spoke with a forked tongue? Then, a low hum began to emanate from the Guardian's core, a sound completely different from its earlier, grinding speech. It was a resonant, almost melodic vibration. The harsh, judging light in its form softened, shifting from the white-hot glare of interrogation to a warm, golden radiance. The massive stone hand that had blocked their path slowly lowered, the threatening wall of force dissipating into harmless motes of light that drifted away like fireflies. The smooth plane of its head shifted, forming something that resembled a face, not of anger, but of solemn, profound understanding. The Heartstone's choice was true. The Guardian intoned, its voice now a deep, resonant chime, like a great bell tolling in a deep cavern. You carry its pain as your own. You seek not to command, but to heal. The stone remembers, and now, so do I. The conflict was over. They had passed the final test, not by force or cunning, but by the sheer, disarming power of Lyra's compassionate honesty. The stakes had been astronomical, but their success meant they had not just survived. They had gained a powerful, ancient ally. The Guardian then did something utterly unexpected. It brought its other hand to its own chest, where the light burned brightest. With a sound like a crystal cracking, it pressed its stone fingers into its own form and broke off a single shard, about the length of Lyra's forearm. The shard pulsed with the same golden light, though it seemed to contain a miniature, swirling galaxy within its crystalline depths. The guardian extended the fragment toward Lyra, holding it in its palm like a sacred offering. The guardian's voice rumbled through the cavern, not as a threat now, but as a profound and weary explanation. This shard is a key of remembrance, it intoned, the light within the offered fragment pulsing in time with its words. IT is a piece of my own essence, a vessel for the truth that was once whole. Its power is not for unmaking or for dominion, but for reconnection. The being explained that the original pact between the labyrinth and the tower was not merely a magical contract, but a living bond, a psychic and energetic circuit that had flowed between the Heartstone below and the foundation stones above. Thuron's betrayal had not just broken this circuit, he had placed a spiritual insulator, a dead zone of poisoned will, at the exact point of contact. The Key of Remembrance could, for a brief, critical moment, burn through that insulation. It could act as a temporary conduit, allowing the pure, untainted memory of the original pact to flood back into the foundation, shocking the system back to life. But the timing and placement were everything. It had to be used at the specific foundation stone Thuron himself had defiled, the epicenter of the lie. Anywhere else, and the key's power would dissipate uselessly, or worse, backlash and complete the Heartstone's destruction. As Lyra's fingers closed around the proffered shard, the consequences were immediate and deeply personal. The moment her skin made contact with the warm, humming crystal, a new connection snapped into place within her mind. It was not the overwhelming, emotional torrent of the Heartstone's memories, but something different, a steady, ancient, and immensely heavy presence. It was the guardian. She could feel its vast, patient consciousness as a constant background hum, a sentinel standing watch at the edge of her own thoughts. This link was a two-way channel. Through it, she could feel the guardian's unwavering purpose, its long, lonely vigil, and its fragile, rekindled hope. But she could also feel the deep, grinding fatigue of its millennia-long watch, the ache of its stone body, and the echoes of every failed seeker it had ever been forced to confront. It was a guide, yes, a compass, pointing unerringly toward their goal, but it was also a burden. The psychic weight of the key was not a metaphor. It was a tangible pressure on her soul, a constant, draining pull on her concentration and emotional reserves that made every thought feel like wading through thick mud. The conflict was no longer external, but an internal battle for Lyra's very sanity. Carrying the key was like trying to hold a conversation, while also memorizing an epic poem being whispered directly into her ear. Kalin, watching her, saw the change instantly. The confident set of her shoulders acquired a slight, constant tremor. The bright, focused light in her eyes now seemed partially occluded, as if she was perpetually listening to a distant sound only she could hear. He would ask her a simple question about their path, and there would be a noticeable lag before she could surface from the depths of that shared consciousness to answer. The tension between them shifted from a fear of external threats to a quiet, gnawing worry for her well-being. Every time she stumbled on a perfectly flat piece of ground or winced at some internal sensation, Kalin's face would tighten with a helpless concern. The labyrinth's final challenge was not a monster or a puzzle, but this relentless psychic gravity that threatened to crush their guide before they ever reached their destination. Yet, When faced with this immense cost, Lyra's decision was instantaneous and absolute. There was no moment of anguished deliberation, no weighing of the personal toll. As the weight of the Guardian's essence settled into her mind, a profound clarity emerged through the strain. This was the price of her promise. She had vowed to heal the Heartstone, and this key, this burden, was the only tool that could accomplish that. To hesitate now, to balk at the personal cost, would render every risk they had taken. The flight from the guards, the descent into the earth, the confrontation with their own guild's horrific history, utterly meaningless. She tightened her grip on the shard, its sharp edges a grounding, physical reality against the formless weight in her mind. She looked at Kalin, her gaze steady despite the obvious strain, and gave a single, determined nod. She would carry it. She would bear this echo of the Guardian's long vigil, because the one who had called for help could not carry on much longer. With their purpose reaffirmed, the stakes of their mission escalated to their highest point yet. The Key of Remembrance was their only hope, a singular, fragile chance at redemption. But the Guardian delivered one final, crucial piece of information, its voice a somber chime in their linked minds. The moment the key was activated, the moment its power touched the poisoned foundation stone, it would create a surge of pure, untainted magic, not felt in the white gold tower for centuries. The current Scribe Guild, whose entire existence was built on suppressing this very energy, would detect it instantly. It would be a blazing beacon, pointing directly to their location. Their clandestine quest would erupt into open confrontation. They would not be able to heal the Heartstone in secret and slip away. Their act of salvation would be a declaration of war, performed in the heart of the enemy's strongest fortress, with every guard and scribe in the tower descending upon them. Understanding this, the Guardian acted. It turned toward the solid amethyst wall of the archive, the wall that should have led them back the way they came. It raised its massive hands, and the crystal before it rippled, not like water this time, but like a curtain being drawn aside. The stone dissolved, not revealing a rough-hewn tunnel, but a smooth, straight, upward-sloping passage that seemed to be made of solidified light. The path of hastened return, the Guardian's voice echoed in their minds. ID bypasses the deeper truths and the sleeping dangers. ID is a road for messengers, not for seekers. ID leads only to the foundation of the tower, to the lion's den. The offer was clear, a direct route to their destination, sparing them the countless other wonders and perils of the labyrinth's depths. But it was a trade. They were exchanging the labyrinth's protective, if dangerous, secrecy for a swift and certain confrontation. They would emerge not in some forgotten corner of the city, but directly into the most heavily guarded, most sacred, and most treacherous level of the white gold tower itself, where the weight of the key in Lyra's hand would soon call down the entire weight of the guild upon their heads. The path offered by the Guardian was a stark contrast to the organic, breathing darkness of the labyrinth's depths. It was a tunnel of solidified light, its walls smooth and cool, emitting a soft, directionless glow that made Kalin's lantern superfluous. The air was still and scentless, and the only sound was the frantic, rhythmic pounding of their own hearts. The slope was steep and unrelenting, a straight shot upward that bypassed all other mysteries, its singular purpose mirrored in the grim determination on their faces. This was no longer a journey of exploration. It was a final, desperate sprint toward a predestined confrontation. With every step, the psychic weight of the Key of Remembrance seemed to intensify for Lyra. It was no longer just a heavy presence in her mind. It was a constant, draining pull, as if a part of her very life force was being siphoned to sustain the fragment's potent magic. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, and she had to clutch the shard tightly against her chest to keep it from slipping through her numb fingers. The Guardian's consciousness was a low, grinding hum at the base of her skull, a constant reminder of the immense stakes and the ancient exhaustion of the being whose essence she now carried. The tunnel ended as abruptly as it began, terminating not in a grand archway, but in a cleverly camouflaged section of the wall itself. One moment, they were walking on seamless, glowing stone, and the next, the path simply faded, merging perfectly into the rough-hewn, mortared blocks of a foundation wall. They found themselves standing in a narrow, shadowy alcove, hidden behind a massive, tar-stained wooden beam. The air changed instantly, losing the strange, magical sterility of the tunnel and replacing it with the familiar, dusty scent of old parchment, drying ink, and the faint, oily smell of lamp smoke. And then came the sounds, the muffled, rhythmic scratch of a dozen quills, the soft, shuffling footsteps of scribes moving between desks, the distant, murmured recitation of a text being proofread. They were no longer beneath the tower. They were inside it, standing in the very bowels of its foundation level, the most secure and heavily guarded area in the entire city, surrounded by the very people who would, without a second thought, have them arrested for the high crime of sacrilege. The paranoia was immediate and suffocating. Every scuff of Kalin's boot against the stone floor sounded like a thunderclap to Lyra's heightened senses. Every ragged breath she drew felt like a shout that would bring the tower guard running. They were interlopers in the heart of their own home, ghosts haunting a place that had once defined their entire lives. The psychic pressure of the key merged with this raw, animal fear, creating a feedback loop of anxiety that made Lyra's vision swim. She could feel the Guardian's presence like a watchful eye, but it offered no comfort, only a grim reminder of the timer that was now ticking down. They were moments away from either healing a wound 1,000 years old, or detonating a conflict that would shatter the guild and likely claim their lives. There was no middle ground, no room for error. Huddled in the alcove's deep shadows, their voices barely a whisper, they formulated a plan. It was simple, desperate, and hinged on perfect timing and sheer, audacious luck. Kalin, with his deep knowledge of the foundation, levels lay, out from his years of studying forbidden architectural plans, would create a diversion. He would slip into a nearby scriptorium and stage a minor accident, overturning an ink pot onto a priceless, half-copied scroll, perhaps, or causing a shelf of reference materials to collapse. The resulting chaos and outcry would draw the attention of every scribe and guard in the immediate vicinity, creating a precious window of distraction. During that window, Lyra would have to find the exact foundation stone, the one Thuron had poisoned, and use the key. It was a terrible risk for Kalin, placing him directly in the path of the very authority they were subverting, but he insisted. His role as the mentor, the guide, had now transformed into that of the shield, willing to draw fire so that Lyra could strike the decisive blow. With a final, tense nod that conveyed a universe of unspoken fear and resolve, Kalin slipped out of the alcove and melted into the dimly lit corridor, his gray robes making him a fleeting shadow against the darker stone. Lyra was alone. The tremble in her hands intensified, the key feeling like a shard of pure, condensed lightning she was struggling to contain. She waited, her back pressed against the cold wall, counting the frantic beats of her own heart. The seconds stretched into an eternity, the mundane sounds of scribble work now sounding like a taunt. Then it came, a sharp crash, followed by a rising chorus of startled shouts, and the frantic scrabble of footsteps running toward the scriptorium. Kalin's diversion had begun. This was her moment. Stepping out of the alcove, Lyra moved into the main foundation corridor, a vast, low-ceilinged hall supported by endless rows of colossal stone blocks. This was the bedrock of the white gold tower, the literal and metaphorical foundation of her world. The air here was ancient and heavy, thick with the accumulated weight of sanctioned history. As the sounds of commotion echoed from a side passage, she approached the nearest wall, her free hand outstretched. Closing her eyes, she pushed past the psychic noise of the key and the pounding of her own fear, reaching deep for the gift that had started it all. Her fingertips brushed the cold, familiar surface of the foundation stone. She was not reading memories now. She was searching for a wound, a scar in the world's memory. She let her awareness flow into the stone, feeling for the unique, chilling resonance of Thuron's betrayal, the specific, deadened echo of the place where a beautiful promise had been deliberately and violently severed. Her fingers skimmed the cold, rough surface of the foundation wall, each block a chapter in a history she now knew was a lie. Her gift, which usually hummed with the faint echoes of the stone's long memory, met only a profound and chilling silence. Block after block felt the same dormant, slumbering, but alive with the potential for memory. Then, her palm flattened against a stone that felt different. It wasn't just silent, it was dead, a void, where the surrounding blocks murmured with the faint, sleepy resonance of centuries of weight and stability. This one was a perfect blank, a hole in the world's song. It was utterly unremarkable to the eye, identical to its neighbors, but to her senses, it was a scar. This was the epicenter of the poison, the very point where Arch-Scribe Thuron's fear had metastasized into a spiritual cancer, severing the tower from its heart. There was no time for hesitation. The sounds of Kalin's diversion, shouts of alarm, and the clatter of falling objects were already beginning to fade, meaning the initial confusion was settling, and someone would soon start asking logical questions. Lyra's hands were trembling violently, the psychic weight of the Key of Remembrance making every movement a struggle. She took a steadying breath, pushing back against the crushing presence of the guardian in her mind and the rising tide of her own terror. With a final, desperate surge of will, she raised the shimmering shard and pressed it flat against the dead center of the cold, unfeeling stone. The effect was instantaneous and glorious. The moment the key made contact, the dead stone seemed to recoil from its touch. The key flared with a light so brilliant it was painful to look at, a pure, white gold radiance that banished all shadows from the corridor. For a single, breathtaking moment, the truth was made visible. A vast, shimmering web of energy, woven from strands of silver and gold light, bloomed into existence. It connected the foundation stone to every other block in the wall, arcing upward through the floors of the tower and plunging deep, deep down into the earth, a visible tether to the Heartstone far below. This was the original, unbroken pact not a dusty contract, but a living, breathing circuit of mutual sustenance and respect. It was the most beautiful thing Lyra had ever seen, a vision of what her city was always meant to be. Then the alarms began. They were not the clang of physical bells, but a piercing, psychic shriek that tore through the very air, a wave of dissonant magic that felt like needles driven into her temples. The guild's magical sentries had detected the surge of pure, untainted power, a signature that had been absent for a millennium and was now blazing like a beacon in the heart of their stronghold. The shimmering web of light flickered, the beautiful vision destabilizing under the assault of the tower's defensive wards. Lyra was caught in a vise of conflicting necessities. To maintain the connection, to feed the key's power into the stone until the healing was stable, required every ounce of her concentration. But the screaming alarms and the sudden, thunderous sound of armored boots pounding on stone from multiple directions screamed that she had run out of time. Kalin's diversion had bought her seconds, not minutes. She could already hear the sharp, authoritative shouts of the tower guard echoing down the adjacent corridors, the sound growing swiftly, terrifyingly closer. Her decision was absolute. Fleeing now would mean all of it. The stolen map, the descent into the labyrinth, the Heartstone's agony, the devastating truth of the archive, would have been for nothing. The connection was fragile, a sapling breaking through poisoned soil. If she broke contact now, the dead stone would reclaim its dominion, and the Heartstone might not have the strength left to ever call out again. Gritting her teeth against the psychic scream of the alarms and the physical fear screaming through her own body, Lyra poured every last shred of her focus and will into the key. She anchored herself to the spot, her legs braced, her arms rigid, her entire being becoming a conduit. She was no longer just Lyra the stone-scribe. She was a vessel for the Guardian's essence and the Heartstone's hope, a human linchpin in a divine mechanism. She visualized the energy flowing from her heart, down her arms and through the key, a relentless, healing tide washing against the centuries-old calcified betrayal. The stakes in that moment were absolute. They were no longer just outcasts or fugitives. They were completely exposed, surrounded in the most secure location imaginable, performing an act that the entire power structure of their world was designed to prevent. Success meant triggering a revolution. Failure meant a swift and certain execution. As the first glint of polished steel armor appeared at the far end of the corridor, the dead foundation stone beneath her hands finally answered. The cold gray surface began to warm, and from its center, a soft, healthy, golden light began to pulse, slow and steady at first, then growing stronger and more confident with each beat. It was the first true heartbeat of a healing world. The sound of a dozen armored boots thundered into the corridor, surrounding her in a semicircle of drawn swords and hostile intent, just as the light from the stone swelled, illuminating their stunned, frightened faces in its warm, forgiving glow. The world dissolved into a storm of polished steel and shouted commands. The tower guard, a dozen strong, fanned out with practiced precision, their swords a glinting, menacing circle around Lyra and the now glowing foundation stone. At their head stood Captain Valerius, a man whose stern face seemed carved from the same unyielding granite as the walls he protected. His voice cut through the lingering psychic shriek of the alarms, cold and sharp as a blade. By the authority of the High Scribe Council, you are under arrest for sacrilege and high treason against the tower. Drop the artifact and surrender yourselves immediately. The words sacrilege and treason hung in the air, heavy and final, the official death sentence for their entire quest. In that heartbeat of ultimate peril, Kalin moved. He did not flinch or raise his hands in surrender. Instead, he stepped directly in front of Lyra, placing his own unarmed body between her and the leveled swords of the guard. He stood not as a fighter, but as a shield, his worn scribe's robes a stark, defiant contrast to their gleaming armor. His voice, though firm, carried the weight of his years of respected, if solitary, scholarship. Captain Valerius, look at the stone. Look at what is happening here. This is not destruction. This is restoration. This is a miracle your own eyes can witness. His intervention created a critical, fragile standoff. The guards, trained to obey without question, now faced a conflict their drills had not covered. Their orders were clear: apprehend the criminals. But the criminal was a revered master scribe, a title that still commanded instinctive respect, and he was protecting a young woman who was making a dead foundation block pulse with a light that felt ancient, pure, and profoundly good. Their swords did not lower, but for a crucial few seconds, they did not advance. That hesitation, born of confusion and a dawning, unwilling awe, gifted Lyra the most precious commodity in the world: time. The tension in the corridor became a palpable force, a battle of wills fought not with weapons, but with belief. On one side stood the unwavering, rigid structure of the law, represented by Captain Valerius and his soldiers, their world defined by obedience to the guild's decrees. On the other side was the undeniable, visible truth of the miracle unfolding before them. A stone, dead for centuries, now breathing with light. Its warm glow, a silent, powerful argument against 1,000 years of lies. Lyra, trapped between these two colossal forces, felt the battle raging through the very air. The Key of Remembrance was a live wire in her hands, the Guardian's presence a desperate, urging hum in her mind. She could feel the connection wavering, the beautiful, shimmering web of energy she had glimpsed threatening to collapse under the weight of the confrontation and the tower's own defensive magic. Kalin was buying her seconds, but seconds were not enough. The healing was incomplete, a fragile thread that could still be severed. With the guard's uncertain stance as her only shield, and Kalin's steadfast back her only bulwark, Lyra made her decision. It was not a choice born of strategy, but of absolute, final commitment. There would be no slow, careful channeling now. Drawing on a reserve of strength she did not know she possessed, she poured every last shred of her will, her gift, and her promise to the Heartstone into the key. It was a desperate, final push, a psychic scream of pure intention. She did not try to control the energy, she simply became a conduit for it, opening herself completely and letting the accumulated hope of the labyrinth and the Guardian's essence flood through her and into the stone. The result was instantaneous and overwhelming. The soft, pulsing glow from the single foundation stone erupted. It was not an explosion, but an expansion. A wave of brilliant, golden light that burst from the stone and raced along the walls, flowing through the mortar lines as if they were veins. In the span of a single breath, the entire, vast foundation level of the white gold tower was bathed in a radiance that felt both brand new and impossibly ancient. The grim, dusty corridor was transformed into a hall of living light. The guards gasped, stumbling back a step, their swords seeming to dull in the face of such overwhelming brilliance. The piercing shriek of the magical alarms was drowned out, not by sound, but by the sheer, silent power of the light. It was a light that carried no heat, only a profound sense of peace, wholeness, and a truth so fundamental it felt like remembering a forgotten song. This was the point of no return, made manifest for all to see. The secret was no longer buried. The truth was no longer a story whispered in a hidden archive. It was here, blazing in the heart of the Guild's strongest fortress, a physical, undeniable fact that could not be ignored, explained away, or hidden ever again. As the brilliant, golden light began to slowly fade from its blinding peak, receding from the walls to once again gather and pulse steadily within the single, healed foundation stone, a new silence fell over the corridor. It was a silence thick with shock and the aftermath of revelation. The guards stood frozen, their training completely inadequate for this moment, their eyes wide as they looked from the glowing stone to their captain, seeking guidance that was no longer clear. And into this stunned silence stepped another figure. He had arrived without fanfare, drawn by the alarms and the impossible surge of power. It was Arch-Scribe Eleon, the highest authority in the guild, the man who embodied the very law they had broken. His face, usually a placid mask of scholarly authority, was now a contorted landscape of cold fury and utter, profound shock. He stared at the glowing stone, then at Lyra, still kneeling before it with the key in her hand, and then at Kalin, who still stood protectively before her. The foundations of his entire world, the history he had sworn to uphold, had just been publicly, beautifully, and terrifyingly rewritten before his eyes. The silence that followed the wave of golden light was more profound than any command Captain Valerius could have shouted. The guards' swords, once held with unwavering certainty, now wavered and slowly dipped toward the floor, their metallic glint softened by the warm, steady pulse emanating from the foundation stone. They were trained to face steel and sorcery, not this quiet, undeniable miracle. All eyes, wide with confusion and a dawning, reluctant awe, turned from the stone to the figure of Arch-Scribe Eleon. He stood as if rooted to the spot, his face a parchment on which a devastating new history was being written in real time. The cold fury that had first contorted his features was now at war with something far more dangerous to a man of his station: doubt. He had dedicated 6 decades of his life to the Scribe Guild, rising to its pinnacle by mastering the very laws and histories that were now, visibly and audibly, being unmasked as a lie. The vibrant light in the stone was not heresy, it was evidence. It was the living, breathing proof of his order's founding sin, and it was shining directly into the core of his belief system, threatening to turn a lifetime of devotion to ash. Lyra, her body trembling with the aftershock of channeling so much power, slowly pushed herself to her feet. The Key of Remembrance felt inert and heavy in her hand now, its purpose fulfilled, its light transferred back into the world. She met the Arch-Scribe's gaze, not with defiance, but with a profound and weary resolve. The fear was still there, a cold knot in her stomach, but it was overshadowed by the absolute certainty of what she had seen and felt in the depths. Eleon's voice, when it finally came, was stripped of its usual commanding resonance, reduced to a hollow, disbelieving whisper. What manner of heresy is this? He managed, his hand vaguely gesturing toward the glowing stone, as if it were a venomous serpent. This was the moment. There would be no elaborate defenses, no clever arguments parsed from old texts. The only weapon she had was the unvarnished truth. "It is not heresy, Arch-Scribe," Lyra said, her voice raw but clear, carrying in the stunned silence. "It is the truth that was buried when the first Arch-Scribe, Thuron, poisoned the Heartstone of the labyrinth below us. He severed our tower from its source out of fear, and our guild has been built upon that betrayal ever since." She did not point an accusing finger or raise her voice in outrage. She simply laid the fact before him, as plain and solid as the stone itself, and then she gestured to the pulsating light. This is what was always meant to be. This is the original Pact, restored. The guild was never meant to be a warden of secrets, but a partner in a living history. The tension in the corridor was no longer about physical capture. It had become an ideological siege. The guards looked from their leader to the young woman who spoke of sentient labyrinths and poisoned stones, their loyalty to the guild's chain of command, warring with the evidence shining peacefully before them. Captain Valerius watched Eleon, his own sword now completely lowered, his stance that of a soldier waiting for orders that may never come. The internal conflict within the Arch-Scribe was a visible tempest. His jaw worked soundlessly. He looked at Kalin, whose quiet, supportive presence beside Lyra was a silent endorsement of her incredible story. He looked at the faces of his own guards, seeing not just obedience, but a desperate need for someone to make sense of the impossible. The soul of the Scribe Guild hung in the balance, not in some abstract philosophical debate, but right there in a dusty corridor, its fate resting on the next words of an old man whose entire world was crumbling around him. The silence stretched, becoming a physical weight. Then, with a shuddering breath that seemed to deflate his rigid posture, Arch-Scribe Eleon made his decision. He did not order their arrest. He did not denounce them as liars. Instead, he raised a hand, a gesture of profound weariness and surrender to a truth greater than his own authority. "Stand down," he commanded the guards, his voice regaining a measure of its strength, though it was now laced with a new, unfamiliar humility. "All of you, stand down." He then turned his full attention to Lyra, his eyes searching hers, no longer filled with fury, but with a desperate, hungry need for understanding. "Explain," he said, the single word a plea and a command fused into one. "Explain everything." And so Lyra began. She started not with her theft or her flight, but with the very beginning, the forbidden touch of the foundation stone, the desperate plea that had echoed in her soul, the vision of a dying light in the deep places of the world. As she spoke, a new phenomenon began, one that made the guards gasp and step back again. A deep, resonant hum rose from the very floor beneath their feet, a vibration that was felt more than heard, like the string of a colossal instrument being gently plucked. Then, as if in response to the spoken truth, the walls of the foundation level began to change. The veins of light that had briefly flared during the key's activation did not fade completely. Instead, they remained, embedded within the stone itself, and began to pulse with a soft, steady rhythm, shimmering with a gentle, golden luminescence. The entire chamber was being gently, permanently rewoven with light, the tower itself awakening to the story being told within its heart. As Lyra's words wove the tale of betrayal and her desperate vow, the tower itself began to answer. That deep, resonant hum rising from the floor swelled into a gentle, undeniable crescendo, a vibration that was not sound but sensation, a thrum of pure energy traveling up through the soles of their boots and into their very bones. Then the light followed, the veins of gold embedded in the walls and floor, which had pulsed so brilliantly during the key's activation, did not fade. Instead, they brightened, their glow steadying into a constant, warm luminescence. But it did not stop there. Across the entire foundation level, ancient carvings that had been worn smooth by centuries of passing feet, designs so old their meaning had been forgotten, began to awaken. Faint geometric patterns on the ceiling shimmered with a soft, silver light. Symbols etched into the bases of pillars, long thought to be mere decoration, glowed with a gentle blue radiance. The very air grew thick, not with dust, but with a profound and tangible peace, a feeling of ancient magic stretching after a long, deep sleep, filling the corridor with a scent like rain on sun-warmed stone and the faint, sweet melody of a half-remembered song. The white gold tower was not just being repaired, it was being re-enchanted, its original, living spirit flooding back into its stones. The change was not confined to the foundation level. Like a wave of pure life flowing upward through a dormant body, the energy pulsed through the tower's immense structure. In the grand scriptoriums high above, a junior scribe named Lyra, who had always felt a strange, wordless connection to the masonry, suddenly dropped her quill. The inkwell beside her trembled, not from a tremor, but from a soft, harmonic vibration. She watched, mesmerized, as the plain gray stone of her desk began to reveal delicate, leafy filigrees of light, patterns that had been invisible moments before. All around the vast chamber, other scribes stopped their work. The endless, rhythmic scratch of quills ceased as one. They looked up from their copying and translating, their faces a mixture of confusion, fear, and a dawning, wondrous disbelief. They were scholars of a dead past, and suddenly, their entire workplace, the very subject of their study, was coming vibrantly, undeniably alive around them. The static, controlled world they had been taught to venerate was being dynamically, beautifully rewritten before their eyes, and the authority that had defined that world was silent, as stunned as they were. In the foundation, corridor, Arch-Scribe, Eleon witnessed this transformation not just in the stone, but in the faces of his people. He saw Captain Valerius, a man of unwavering discipline, staring at his own gauntleted hand as it rested on a now gently glowing wall, his expression one of lost certainty. He saw the young guards, their fear of the unknown slowly being replaced by an awestruck curiosity, the conflict within him between a lifetime of doctrine and the miracle before him reached its peak. This was a moment of pure, unadulterated terror for the old order. To accept this was to admit that every text he had revered, every law he had enforced, every principle he had built his life upon, was a carefully constructed lie designed to maintain control. The guild's power, its very reason for being, was evaporating in this new, gentle light. He could feel the foundations of his own identity crumbling. Yet, as he looked at the wonder dawning on the face of the youngest scribe in the corridor, a girl who looked no older than Lyra, he saw not the collapse of order, but the birth of meaning. He saw the dry, academic pursuit of history transforming into a living conversation with the past. The terror of the old was being washed away by the potential of the new. His decision, when it came, was not a grand pronouncement, but a quiet, deliberate act of surrender to a truth greater than himself. He turned from the glowing walls to face Lyra and Kalin. The last vestiges of his anger had melted away, replaced by a solemn, heavy responsibility. The charges of sacrilege and treason, he declared, his voice firm and clear, carrying the full weight of his office, are hereby absolved. There is no crime in revealing a truth, no heresy in healing a wound. With those words, he did not just pardon two individuals. He publicly dismantled the legal and philosophical framework that had supported the Guild's authority for a millennium. The stakes of their journey escalated one final, breathtaking time. The Guild was no longer the enforcer of a buried lie. In this single moment, by the will of its highest leader, it was being fundamentally transformed into the steward of a reborn, living truth. Its purpose was shifting from control to guardianship, from hiding the past to learning from it. A profound silence fell, deeper than before, as the weight of his decree settled over everyone present. Then Eleon did something that no Arch-Scribe had done in living memory. He stepped toward Lyra, not as an authority figure to a subordinate, but as a student to a teacher. He slightly inclined his head, a gesture of deep respect that sent a ripple of shock through the assembled guards and scribes. His voice, when he spoke again, was not commanding, but asking. "You have walked paths we were taught were sealed forever," he said, his gaze intense. "You have spoken with the heart of this place. I have spent my life studying the words about this tower. Now I must understand the tower itself." He extended a hand, not to take, but to receive. "Lyra," he said, the name itself a recognition of her new role. "Will you guide me? Will you show us the labyrinth my predecessors tried to bury?" The descent into the labyrinth was no longer a clandestine flight into darkness, but a solemn procession into a world reborn. Lyra led the way, with Kalin, a steady, proud presence at her shoulder, and behind them walked Arch-Scribe Eleon and a hand-picked group of the Guild's most senior and respected masters. The air that rose to meet them was no longer cold and stagnant, but carried a fresh, earthy fragrance, like a forest after a gentle rain. As they stepped from the hidden door in the Undercroft, the path ahead was no longer menacing, but inviting, illuminated by the same soft, internal glow that now graced the tower above. The journey was a study in silent revelation. The whispering gallery, once a terrifying cacophony of lost voices, was now a place of profound harmony. The countless crystals embedded in the vast cavern pulsed in a unified, gentle rhythm, and the whispers had transformed into a soft, choral hum, a blending of countless experiences that spoke not of fear, but of shared memory and peaceful acceptance. The scribes, their eyes wide, walked through this symphony of stone, their hands hesitantly touching the walls, feeling the vibrations of a history that was alive, not entombed. When they reached the living corridor, the change was even more dramatic. The walls still expanded and contracted, but the rhythm was no longer that of a panicked heart, but of deep, meditative breathing, a slow, calming tide. There was no danger here, only a palpable sense of life. The organic veins within the stone pulsed with a soft, golden light, and the stone itself felt warm and welcoming to the touch. For these men and women who had dedicated their lives to studying inert parchment and silent rock, the experience was nothing short of world-shattering. They were historians who had only ever read about the echoes of life, and now they were walking through its still beating heart. One master scribe, an elderly woman named Master Irina, who was renowned for her work on mineral composition, simply stood with tears streaming down her face, her palm flat against the breathing wall. "All my treatises," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion, "all my classifications, they were just naming the bones of a sleeping giant. I never knew it could be awake." This profound shift did not come without its friction. A few of the older scribes, their minds rigidly shaped by decades of doctrine, clung to the safety of the old ways. One, a stern traditionalist named Master Thuron, a name that now carried a heavy, ironic weight, muttered about unstable energies and the dangers of anthropomorphizing geology. A tower should be steadfast, unmoving, he insisted, his arms crossed tightly. This vitality is unpredictable. How can we base our scholarship on something that breathes? But the resistance was brittle, and it began to crumble the moment they entered the chamber of echoing choices. The dark orb was now a source of soft, silver light, and the ghostly echoes it projected were no longer tales of failure, but gentle lessons in empathy and intent. When Thuron watched a translucent figure choose a path of shared understanding and be rewarded with a gateway of light, his rigid posture seemed to slump, the fight draining out of him. He was not being defeated by an argument, but being disarmed by a beauty and a truth his own rigid texts could never have captured. Witnessing this internal struggle, seeing the awe and the fear on the faces of these esteemed scholars, Lyra felt a responsibility that went beyond her role as a guide. These were the architects of the city's official memory, and if the new pact was to hold, they needed to become its students, not its jailers. She made a decision there, in the heart of the living stone. She stopped the procession near a cluster of softly humming crystals and turned to face the group. The guild's purpose has always been to understand, she began, her voice clear and carrying a new, quiet authority. But understanding is more than reading words on a page or dates on a stone. It is about listening. She then did something she had only ever done in secret or under duress. She invited them in. She asked them to place their hands on the crystal, and instead of trying to analyze its frequency or composition, to simply try to feel its story, to open their minds to the emotion it held. It was a clumsy, fumbling process at first. These were minds trained for critical analysis, not empathic reception. But slowly, hesitantly, one of the younger senior scribes, a man named Finn, closed his eyes and a look of pure wonder spread across his face. It's not a memory of joy," he stammered. "It is joy. This was the true beginning of the new era, and the stakes were immense. The successful integration of this living history into the guild's identity was a more delicate operation than any magical ritual. It required unlearning a millennium of ingrained practice and rebuilding their entire craft from its foundation. The guild's authority, which had been based on being the sole interpreters of a static past, now had to transform into that of facilitators for a dynamic, conversational relationship with a sentient entity. It was a shift from being keepers of a monologue to participants in a dialogue, a transition that would take years, perhaps generations, to fully settle. The potential for schism was real, but so was the potential for a renaissance of knowledge, unlike anything the city had ever seen. Lyra's decision to teach, to share her gift so openly, was the first and most critical step in weaving the guild's future into the labyrinth's revitalized tapestry. Their journey through the awakened chambers finally brought them back to the cavern of the petrified tree and to the source of it all. The Heartstone awaited them, no longer a clouded, dying crystal, but a brilliant, vibrant core of light. Its pulses were strong and steady, washing the entire cavern in waves of warm, golden radiance. They gathered around it, this mixed group of old and new, rebels and reformers, their faces lined with age, bright with youth, etched with thought, all reflected in the Heartstone's flawless, luminous surface, a living portrait of a world made whole again. The wave of energy that flowed from the Heartstone was unlike anything the assembled scribes had ever felt. It did not strike them with force, but washed over them like a gentle, warm tide, seeping not into their skin, but directly into their spirits. It carried no words, no complex ideas or historical data. It was a communication of pure, distilled emotion, a profound, humbling gratitude so immense it brought tears to the eyes of even the most stoic master scribe. It was the feeling of a long-lost child finally coming home, of a deep, chronic pain finally ceasing, of a silence so vast being filled at last with a single, harmonious chord. For Lyra, standing at the center of this emotional torrent, the experience was the most intimate yet. It was a personal thank you, a direct acknowledgement from the consciousness she had fought so desperately to save, and it carried with it a clear, unspoken question, an invitation extended not just to her, but through her, to every person from the world above. This was the formation of the new pact, but it bore no resemblance to the formal, written contracts the Scribe Guild was built upon. There were no quills, no parchments, no oaths sworn on ancient texts. The agreement was forged in that shared, silent moment of feeling. The labyrinth offered its trust and its partnership, and the scribes, their hearts laid open by the Heartstone's gratitude, offered their understanding and their commitment in return. It was a bond woven from mutual vulnerability and respect, a promise felt in the soul rather than declared to the heavens. The consequences of this unspoken covenant were immediate and deeply personal. The last lingering vestiges of doubt and fear that had flickered in the eyes of masters like Thuron simply dissolved, not argued away by logic, but washed clean by this undeniable, benevolent presence. The intellectual uncertainty about unpredictable energies was replaced by a visceral, sacred responsibility. They were no longer studying a subject. They were accepting a role as stewards of a living, feeling world. The weight of their history, the burden of Thuron's ancient crime, was lifted from their shoulders, replaced by the far more meaningful weight of a shared future. All eyes, glistening with emotion, turned to Arch-Scribe Eleon. He stood with his head bowed, his own cheeks wet, feeling the final walls of his old life crumbling away. The rigid structures of the guild, the hierarchies and the doctrines, felt like a distant, faded dream. Before him was the truth, radiant and alive, and it was asking for their help. The decision he made in that moment was the most important of his long life. He did not consult a council. He did not reference a single law. He simply stepped forward, placing his own aged, trembling hand upon the warm surface of the Heartstone beside Lyra's. He felt the pulse of its life, its gentle, powerful rhythm, and he looked out at the faces of his people, seeing the same awe and resolve reflected back at him. His voice, when he spoke, was thick with emotion, but it carried with it the full, formal authority of his office, now redirected toward a new purpose. On behalf of the Scribe Guild, he declared, his words a solemn vow spoken directly to the crystal, to the labyrinth, and to the future. We accept. We have been blind for centuries, guardians of a lie, no more. From this day forward, we vow to honor the original pact. We will be your partners. We will be your protectors. We will learn to listen, and we will ensure this bond is never broken again. With his words, the cycle of betrayal that had begun with one Arch-Scribe's fear 1,000 years ago was finally, irrevocably broken. The stakes of their entire journey reached their ultimate conclusion. It was no longer about survival, or exposing a secret, or even healing a wound. It was about the foundation of a new era, built on the promise of mutual guardianship. The guild would not command the labyrinth, and the labyrinth would not serve the guild. They would exist in a symbiotic dance, each strengthening the other, their fates now permanently intertwined. The potential for a future of shared knowledge and wonder was limitless, but so was the responsibility to nurture this fragile, newborn trust. As the echo of Eleon's vow faded in the cavern, the very air seemed to shimmer with the significance of the moment. And then, from the base of the great petrified tree, the stone began to coalesce once more. The guardian emerged, but its form was different. The shifting, aggressive angles of its stone and light had softened. The glaring, crystalline eyes were now orbs of gentle, approving luminescence. It did not speak, nor did it need to. It simply stood as a silent sentinel, its massive head inclining in a slow, deliberate nod toward Lyra, then toward Eleon, and then toward the entire gathered guild. It was a gesture of acceptance, a passing of the torch. Its long, lonely vigil was over. Having borne witness to the sealing of the new pact, its form began to fade, not with a crack of stone, but with a soft, sighing release of light, the particles of its being dissolving back into the walls from which it came, leaving behind only a profound and peaceful silence. For Kalin, the return to the archive of broken vows was not a retreat into solitude, but a homecoming of an entirely new kind. The Amethyst Cavern, once a place of silent judgment and devastating revelations, now hummed with a gentle, welcoming energy, its light books glowing with a steady, inviting luminescence. His appointment as the first master of the living archives was a title that still felt foreign on his tongue, a formal recognition of a role he had never imagined for himself. For decades, his work had been a quiet, almost clandestine pursuit, conducted in a dusty workshop, surrounded by crumbling scrolls that the mainstream guild deemed irrelevant. He was a scholar of ghosts and echoes, piecing together a history everyone else had forgotten. Now, those very ghosts had awakened, and the echoes had become a chorus. The solitary researcher, the man who preferred the company of old parchment to people, found himself at the center of a revolution, tasked with building an entirely new discipline from the ground up. The consequences of this new position were both exhilarating and deeply daunting. His life's work, once a collection of fringe theories and forbidden maps, was no longer just his private obsession. It had become the foundational text for the guild's future. The most brilliant, insatiably curious young scribes, the ones who had always asked the awkward questions their elders couldn't answer, now sought him out. They arrived in the archive with wide, eager eyes, their minds unburdened by the dogmas of the old guild, ready to be taught how to listen to a story told in light and emotion rather than ink and vellum. Kalin's workshop was no longer a cluttered desk in a forgotten corner. It was this entire, magnificent cavern, a library that responded to intent and feeling, and his students were its first new readers in 1,000 years. The knowledge of the guild was not just growing, it was fundamentally transforming, exploding in directions no one could have predicted, ensuring the institution's survival by forcing it to evolve from a preserver of the past into a partner with a living present. This transformation, however, demanded a profound personal evolution from Kalin himself. The conflict was internal and constant. The man who had spent a lifetime perfecting the art of solitary inquiry now had to learn the delicate art of leadership and mentorship. Standing before a group of bright-eyed novices, their faces full of expectation, was more terrifying to him than navigating the living corridor had ever been. He struggled to translate the intuitive leaps of his own research into structured lessons. He would begin a lecture on the resonant frequencies of memory crystals, only to lose his train of thought, his mind snagging on a fascinating tangent that he then had to patiently guide his students toward. He found the administrative tasks scheduling, resource allocation, managing the different, often clashing, learning styles of his pupils to be a labyrinth far more complex and frustrating than any he had explored beneath the city. The quiet satisfaction of a solitary breakthrough was now replaced by the noisy, messy, and unpredictable process of guiding others toward their own. Yet, in the midst of this challenging adaptation, he discovered a fulfillment deeper than any he had known. The moment a student's face would light up with understanding, when a young scribe named Finn, who had once only seen patterns, suddenly felt the joy contained within a light book, Kalin's frustrations would melt away. He was no longer just uncovering lost knowledge for himself. He was planting seeds in a new generation, watching as a forest of understanding began to grow where there had only been barren dogma. He was building something that would outlive him, a legacy not of dusty scrolls in a locked cabinet, but of living minds in conversation with a living world. This realization solidified a decision he had been contemplating since their return. For his first official treatise as Master of the Living Archives, a work entitled On the Resonance of Truth, the Reknitting of a Severed Pact, he chose a dedication that was both personal and profoundly symbolic. On the opening page, in clear, unwavering script, he wrote, "For Lyra, whose courage taught an old scholar to listen with his heart, and in doing so, unlock the world." It was more than a credit. It was a public acknowledgement that the greatest discoveries are not made by intellect alone, but by the bravery to trust in something beyond established fact. This single act cemented the new direction of the guild. The stakes of their individual journeys had now escalated to shape the destiny of their entire culture. Kalin's treatise and the school of thought growing around it guaranteed that the guild's knowledge and influence would not just continue, but flourish for generations to come. It shifted their purpose from being the gatekeepers of a finished history to being perpetual students of an ongoing one. Their relevance was no longer tied to their authority over the past, but to their humility before a future they were co-creating with the labyrinth. The exponential expansion of their understanding was a direct result of this new, collaborative spirit, a spirit that Kalin, from his new home within the beautiful Amethyst Archive, was now carefully, patiently nurturing. As he watched his students begin their first, tentative attempts to communicate with the gentle consciousness of the stones around them, his thoughts often drifted to his former pupil, wondering how she was navigating her own new and weighty responsibilities. While Kalin was building a school in the heart of the earth, Lyra found herself drawn back to the surface, to the very spot where the long silence had finally been broken. The title of Stone Speaker was not bestowed in a grand ceremony in the tower's main hall, but in the quiet, pulsing light of the Heartstone's cavern, with Arch-Scribe Eleon and Master Kalin standing as her only witnesses. It was a title without precedent, a role that had to be invented because the world had never needed one before. For Lyra, it felt less like an appointment and more like a formal recognition of a truth she had already accepted in her soul. Her days were no longer governed by the rigid schedules of the Scribe Guild, by the copying of texts, or the cataloging of artifacts. Instead, her life found its rhythm in the deep, steady pulse of the Heartstone itself. She would spend hours, sometimes entire days, in the cavern, seated at the base of the petrified tree, her hands resting on the warm crystal. This was not a duty, it was a communion. She learned to navigate the labyrinth's consciousness, not as a library to be read, but as a vast, living tapestry of memory and sensation. She felt the slow, patient growth of the crystal veins, understood the subtle shifts in the labyrinth's mood that signaled everything from a need for quiet contemplation to a desire to share a forgotten story from the age of its creation. She became a translator, not of languages, but of essences, interpreting the labyrinth's wordless needs for the scribes above, and in turn, helping the scribes frame their questions and projects in a way the ancient consciousness could understand and support. This profound alignment of her unique gift with a purpose greater than herself brought a sense of fulfillment so deep it was almost dizzying. The young woman who had been forced to hide her abilities, who had fled through dark alleys as a wanted criminal, was now a revered and central figure in the city's new life. Scribes, even the most senior masters, would seek her counsel with a deference that still felt strange. They no longer looked at her with suspicion or fear, but with a respectful curiosity, seeing in her a bridge to a mystery they were only beginning to appreciate. She had found her true calling, a perfect fusion of her innate empathy for stone and her compassionate nature. Where others sought knowledge for power or prestige, Lyra sought only understanding and harmony. Her motivation had always been to help, to heal, and now that very impulse had become the cornerstone of her city's relationship with its own foundation. Yet, with this profound purpose came an immense and often isolating weight. The responsibility was a constant, humming pressure in the back of her mind, a awareness that the delicate, reborn bond between the tower and the labyrinth flowed through her. She was the conduit, a misunderstanding, a moment of failed translation, a decision made in haste. Any of these could fray the fragile threads of trust that were still so new. And then there was the loneliness. It was a quiet, subtle ache that grew in the silent hours of her deep meditations. While Kalin had his students and Eleon had the entire guild to share the burden of this new era, Lyra was, and always would be, the only stone speaker. No one else could feel the specific texture of the Heartstone's joy when a young scribe successfully communicated with a light book for the first time. No one else could sense its faint anxiety when the city above experienced a period of unusual strife or discord. She carried the emotional weather of a subterranean world inside her, a private, internal landscape that no one, not even Kalin with all his understanding, could ever fully share. She was the sole listener to a voice that spoke to the very core of her being, and the solitude of that role was a price she paid every day. Faced with this solitude and the sheer scale of her task, Lyra's decision was one of wholehearted embrace. She did not shy away from the weight or seek to dilute her unique position by trying to train a successor before the bond was strong enough. She understood that her role was not just a job, but a life's work, a sacred vow that required her entire being. She learned to manage the loneliness not by fighting it, but by accepting it as part of the connection. She began to keep a journal, not of facts and figures, but of the emotions and sensations the Heartstone shared, a way of externalizing the internal and making the solitary experience feel more tangible. She saw herself not as a lonely figure, but as the essential, living link in a chain that connected the entire city to the magical bedrock beneath it. Her stewardship was active and devoted, a daily practice of listening, interpreting, and nurturing, performed with a quiet, unwavering dedication. This intimate, singular connection meant that the stakes of her personal journey had escalated to encompass the very health of the city itself. The white gold tower's newfound light, the gentle magic that now flowed through its stones and enriched the lives of its citizens, was not a self-sustaining phenomenon. It was a direct reflection of the bond Lyra helped maintain. If her connection to the Heartstone were to falter, if she were to misinterpret a crucial need or fail to mediate a growing misunderstanding between the guild and the labyrinth, the consequences would ripple outward invisibly at first. The tower's light might dim, the sense of peace and creativity that had blossomed in the scriptoriums might slowly wither. The city's newfound vitality was subtly, inextricably dependent on the successful stewardship of this one young woman, making her personal well-being a matter of public, though often unspoken, importance. Her role was the linchpin, holding a new and beautiful reality in place. It was during one of her deepest states of meditation, her consciousness seamlessly intertwined with the Heartstone's vast awareness, that a new vision bloomed within her mind. It was not a memory from the past, not an echo of pain, or a record of a broken vow. This was something entirely new, a surge of pure, forward-looking potential from the labyrinth. She saw the white gold tower, but as it could be, a spire of pure, crystalline light, more brilliant than the sun yet gentle on the eyes, rose from its peak, acting as a beacon that could be seen for 100 leagues. This was not the tower as it was, but the tower as it was always meant to become, a vision of a future shining with a promise brighter than anything she had ever dared to imagine. The vision that blossomed within Lyra's mind during her deep communion was not a whisper from the past, but a blueprint for the future. The Heartstone showed her the white gold tower, not as it stood, but as its original creators had dreamed it would become, a structure crowned not with simple stone and metal, but with a magnificent spire of solidified light, a beacon that would pulse with the shared harmony of the world above and the world below. This was no mere architectural addition. It was the final note in a symphony left unfinished for a millennium, a symbol so potent its light would be a physical declaration that the old wounds were healed and a new age had truly begun. When Lyra brought this vision to the newly reformed guild council, the reaction was a mixture of awe and palpable anxiety. For the first time in their long history, they were not being asked to simply study or preserve. They were being invited to co-create, to become active participants in fulfilling a destiny that their predecessors had deliberately thwarted. This was to be the first great test of the new Pact, a project that would demand everything they had learned about partnership and push their fledgling trust in the labyrinth to its absolute limit. The initial phase was a masterclass in the delicate dance of this new relationship. The scribes, with their centuries of accumulated knowledge in geometry, structural engineering, and material science, set to work with an intensity they had previously reserved for copying ancient texts. Their grand halls, once silent but for the scratch of quills, now buzzed with the sound of passionate debate over load-bearing calculations and refractive angles of light. They produced beautifully intricate maps and models, detailing the precise size, shape, and optical purity required for each of the hundreds of crystals that would form the spire. But these plans were useless without the raw materials, and the specific, hyper-pure selenite crystals the vision demanded were not to be found in any surface quarry or known mine. They existed only in the deepest, most protected veins of the living earth, in places only the labyrinth itself could guide them to. This was the first major point of conflict. The old guild instinct was to demand, to direct, to take what was needed for their grand design. Master Thuron, though chastened, still found himself arguing that they should simply present the labyrinth with a list of requirements and deadlines. "We have the design," he insisted during one early council meeting. "The labyrinth has the materials. This is a simple transaction." But the labyrinth was not a quarry to be mined. It was a partner to be consulted. When the first teams of scribes, armed with their perfect maps, ventured into the depths with picks and chisels, they were met not with resistance, but with a profound, unsettling stillness. The passages they had memorized would subtly shift overnight, leading them in gentle circles. The crystal veins they had pinpointed would seem to recede deeper into the stone when approached with tools that vibrated with intent to extract rather than to request. The message was clear and humbling. The labyrinth would not be commanded, it would only cooperate. This forced a fundamental and uncomfortable shift in the scribe's approach. They had to learn, after a lifetime of being the ultimate authorities, how to ask for help. They began to bring their plans not as orders, but as offerings, laying them out on smooth stone tables deep within the whispering gallery, now a chamber of gentle, guiding hums. They would explain their needs, their reasoning for a specific crystal's size or clarity, and then they would wait, listening not with their ears, but with their hearts, for a response. It was a slow, painstaking process that tried the patience of many. The tension was a low, constant thrum in the project's early months, a fragile balance between human ambition and the ancient, deliberate pace of the earth. Lyra's role in this became absolutely essential. She was the project's heart, its vital interpreter. She stood perpetually at the threshold between two different ways of being. To the scribes, she translated the labyrinth's subtle feelings, its concern that a proposed crystal vein was too young, too fragile to be harvested without harm, or its suggestion of an alternative, more robust deposit that perfectly matched their needs, but was in a location their maps had never considered. To the labyrinth, She translated the scribe's complex diagrams into sensations of light and structure, helping the ancient consciousness understand the human concept of a beacon and the intricate beauty of the design. She mediated disputes not with authority, but with empathy. When a frustrated master scribe complained about the labyrinth's uncooperative nature, Lyra would gently explain that it was not being obstinate, but protective, like a parent ensuring a child does not take more than it needs. When she felt a flicker of anxiety from the Heartstone about the scale of the excavation, she would reassure the scribes to slow their pace, to perform small ceremonies of gratitude with each crystal cluster they were led to, acknowledging the gift they were being given. Her every action was a decision aimed at fostering mutual understanding and respect, a constant living demonstration of what their new pact truly meant. For the labyrinth, this project was its own leap of faith. After 1,000 years of being poisoned and imprisoned by the hands of scribes, it was now being asked to trust those same hands, to open its deepest, most vulnerable places to them. The act of gently shifting its own stone to reveal a hidden geode of perfect crystals was an act of profound vulnerability. It had to learn that the scribe's intentions were pure, that their desire for the spire was not born of a new form of arrogance, but of a genuine wish to complete the beautiful, symbiotic vision they had once shattered. This was not a test the labyrinth administered, but one it underwent itself. Each time it guided a team of scribes to a new vein, and those scribes responded not with greedy haste, but with reverent care, with soft brushes of their hands against the stone and whispered words of thanks. A little more of its ancient suspicion healed. The project became a forge, tempering the bond between the city and the subterranean world, making it stronger and more resilient with every crystal safely retrieved. The stakes of this endeavor could not have been higher. This was not a hidden repair job in the foundation, or a quiet understanding in an amethyst archive. The Spire of Light was destined to be the most visible structure in the entire realm, a permanent, glowing symbol atop the white gold tower. Its success would be a declaration to every citizen and to any traveler from a distant land that a new kind of power was at work here, a power based on cooperation, not control. But its failure, or even a visible flaw, would be just as public. A spire that flickered weakly, or one that was never completed, would stand as a permanent monument to a beautiful idea that ultimately faltered. A constant reminder that the old ways of conflict and distrust had in the end prevailed. The entire future of the reborn guild, the credibility of Arch-Scribe, Eleon's new direction, and the depth of the labyrinth's trust, all of it was being poured into the construction of this single, luminous pinnacle. The pressure was immense, a collective weight carried by every scribe who carefully packed a recovered crystal in lamb's wool, and every shift in the stone that revealed a new treasure. For months, this delicate, groundbreaking collaboration continued, a symphony of human intellect and elemental will slowly gathering the physical components of a shared dream. And then, deep in a newly revealed chamber that glowed with its own soft, internal radiance, a team led by the once skeptical Master Thuron found it. Resting on a pedestal of seamless rock, as if it had been waiting for them all along, was the final, central crystal. It was larger than any other, perfectly formed, and within its flawless depths swirled a captured, miniature galaxy of starlight, gleaming with a promise of the brilliant beacon it was destined to become. The day of the spires raising dawned clear and bright. The sky, a flawless canvas of pale blue against which the white gold tower stood in solemn anticipation. It was a day the city had not known it was waiting for, a spontaneous festival declared not by any official decree, but by the collective, unspoken understanding that history was being made. From the highest balconies to the farthest reaches of the main plazas, people gathered, their faces turned upward, a silent, hopeful sea awaiting a sunrise of a different kind. There were no grand speeches or lengthy ceremonies. The work itself was the ritual, high atop the tower's peak, on a wide platform that had been prepared for this moment. The final phase began. It was a dance of two distinct forms of magic, moving in perfect, unspoken harmony. The scribes, dressed in their formal gray robes now stained with the honest dust of labor, moved with a precision born of decades of training. Their hands, accustomed to the delicate grip of a quill, now handled the massive, luminous selenite crystals with a combination of complex pulley systems and carefully inscribed runes of stability and alignment. Each crystal, harvested with gratitude from the labyrinth's depths, was slotted into the intricate latticework of the spire's framework, a structure they had designed to be both physically sound and magically resonant. From the world below, the labyrinth offered its own form of craftsmanship. There were no visible hands, no chisels or tools. Instead, as each crystal was settled into its designated place by the scribes, the stone of the tower itself would seem to breathe, a gentle, almost imperceptible shift. Mortar would flow like liquid silver to seal the joints, and the very air around the crystals would hum, holding them in a gentle, magnetic embrace that was far stronger than any metal clamp. It was a collaboration that defied the old categories of natural and constructed. The spire grew, tier by tier, a magnificent structure of captured moonlight and human aspiration, each piece locking into the next with a soft, resonant chime that rang out over the silent, watching city. It was a physical poem, a testament to what could be achieved when ancient wisdom and dedicated skill decided to build together rather than apart. Then came the final piece, the great central crystal, the one that held a swirling galaxy of captured starlight within its core. It was lifted with immense care, a collective intake of breath from the scribes on the platform and the citizens far below. As it was lowered into the apex, the very center of the spire's design, a profound stillness fell. The work was complete. The structure stood, magnificent and silent, a beautiful but dormant sculpture against the sky. All eyes turned to Lyra. She stood at the base of the newly finished spire, her simple stone speaker's tunic a stark contrast to the dazzling geometry of crystal around her. This was the final test of faith, the moment where theory and labor had to become living light. The tension was a physical presence, a collective held breath so profound it seemed to still the very wind. Would the bond hold? Would the Heartstone's power, channeled through a single human conduit, be enough to awaken this monument? The fear was not of failure, but of anticlimax, that after all the struggle and hope, the spire would remain a beautiful, silent shell, a symbol of an ambition that could not quite be realized. Lyra felt the weight of that collective hope pressing down on her, a pressure as real as the stone beneath her feet. She could feel the Heartstone's presence, a steady, reassuring thrum deep in the earth, waiting. The old way, the path of the lone hero, would have been to gather all that power into herself, and push it outward in a solitary act of will. But she had learned that true strength, the kind that builds and sustains, is never solitary. Closing her eyes, she placed her palms flat against the cool, smooth surface of the central crystal. Instead of drawing the energy solely from below, she opened her mind, sending out a silent, mental invitation. She reached for the guardian, feeling its ancient, patient strength, a bedrock of resolve. She reached for Kalin, feeling his brilliant, curious mind, a library of faith and knowledge. And she reached for Arch-Scribe Eleon, feeling his hard-won humility and his deep, abiding love for the guild and the city it served. She did not command their power. She asked for their partnership, inviting them to add their will, their hope, their unique essence to the circuit she was forming. The response was immediate and overwhelming. From the depths, the guardian's essence flowed upward, a surge of pure, elemental power that felt like the turning of the earth itself. From the library of living archives, Kalin's focused belief joined the stream, a current of intellectual certainty and wonder. And from the council chamber where he stood watching, Arch-Scribe Eleon's heartfelt vow, his solemn promise to the new pact, added the final, crucial thread of institutional commitment. These energies converged within Lyra, not as a chaotic storm, but as a braided cord of incredible strength. She was not its source, but its conductor, its focal point. She channeled this collective will through her hands and into the spire. For one heart-stopping second, nothing happened. Then the light came. It did not ignite with the violence of a lightning strike or the roar of a flame. It bloomed. It began at the central crystal where her hands rested, a soft, golden glow that pulsed once, gently, like a first breath. Then the light flowed outward, climbing the intricate lattice of the spire, filling every crystal, every seam, every carefully placed facet. In moments, the entire spire was blazing with a brilliant, yet utterly gentle, radiance. This was no ordinary light. It illuminated the city, painting every street and rooftop in soft, clear detail, but it did not cast harsh shadows or blind the eye. It was a light that seemed to cleanse the very air, carrying with it a profound sense of peace that settled over the city like a benevolent fog. A collective sigh, a release of breath held for 1,000 years, seemed to rise from the crowd. People did not cheer. They wept quiet tears of joy, hugged their neighbors, and simply stared, their faces bathed in the gentle glow. The spire's light was a permanent, undeniable declaration, etched in fire against the sky. It was a message to the world and to themselves. The old secrets were buried no more. The lies were over. The foundation of their society was no longer a hidden crime, but this radiant, public truth, a beacon that proclaimed a new way of being, was not only possible, but was already here. As the light stabilized, pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm that mirrored the Heartstone's own beat far below, Lyra felt the nature of her connection shift and expand. For so long, her bond had been primarily with the labyrinth, a deep, vertical line into the earth. Now she felt something new, a horizontal web of connection, flowering outward. She could feel the tower itself, not as a pile of stone, but as a living entity, its newly awakened carvings and light veins humming with the same energy as the spire. And through the tower, she felt a faint, beautiful echo of the people that sheltered their awe, their relief, their sudden, blossoming sense of possibility. She was no longer just the stone speaker, the liaison to the world below. In that moment, she became the keystone in a new, threefold relationship. The labyrinth below, the people all around, and the radiant symbol above, all connected in a single, harmonious circuit of mutual care and shared light. And so the celebration began, not as a single day of remembrance, but as a new thread woven permanently into the fabric of the city's life. The Festival of Unburied Truth was born from a collective need to mark the moment the world changed, to create a space where the incredible story of the labyrinth's restoration could be shared not as a secret for scholars, but as a foundational myth for every citizen, from the youngest child to the oldest elder. For the first time in 1,000 years, the great foundation level of the white gold tower was thrown open to the public. The air, once thick with the dust of hidden secrets and the hushed tones of a privileged few, now buzzed with the excited chatter of families, artisans, and traders, all walking where only the tower guard and highest scribes had once been permitted. They came to see the very stone that Lyra had touched, now permanently aglow with a soft, warm light, and to run their hands over the walls where veins of gold now pulsed with a gentle, steady rhythm. It was a physical, tangible connection to the miracle that had occurred beneath their feet. This public unveiling had a profound consequence, one that would echo through generations. The complex history of Thuron's betrayal and Lyra's courageous redemption was no longer confined to the guild's archives or whispered in rumor. It was transformed into a living story, told and retold by scribes who now saw themselves not as gatekeepers, but as storytellers. They stood at various points throughout the Foundation Hall, not lecturing from a place of authority, but sharing a narrative with a newfound humility and passion. They spoke of the original Pact's beauty, the fear that corrupted it, and the empathy that finally healed it. Parents would listen, their eyes wide, and then kneel down to explain to their children in simpler terms the timeless lesson at the story's heart, that truth, no matter how painful, is always stronger than a comfortable lie, and that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act in spite of it for the sake of what is right. The city was giving itself a new moral compass, forged in the fires of its own uncovered past. Of course, such a radical shift did not come without its pockets of quiet resistance. In the weeks leading up to the first festival, a handful of traditionalist scribes, those who had built their entire identities on the guild's former mystique and unchallenged authority, could be heard grumbling in shadowy corners of the scriptoriums. They argued that opening the sacred foundations to the common populace diminished the guild's prestige, that making complex history into a simple story for the masses cheapened their scholarly work. "We are becoming mere tour guides," one was overheard lamenting, "and our deepest mysteries are now street theater." But their dissent was a whisper in a gathering storm of joy. The moment the festival began, and they saw the faces of the people, the unadulterated wonder in a child's eyes as they touched the living stone, the tears of an old woman who said the light made her feel safe for the first time in years, their arguments crumbled into dust. They were confronted with a simple, undeniable truth. The awe of the populace was a far greater, more powerful force than the preservation of their own exclusive mystique. The shared wonder of the people became the most potent silencer of the old guard's doubts. Amid the vibrant chaos of the festival, with its street performers reenacting scenes from the journey and vendors selling honey cakes, shaped like tiny glowing crystals, Lyra moved with a new sense of purpose. She and Kalin were the guests of honor, their presence constantly sought for a story or a blessing. But Lyra's attention was drawn to the children. She watched them, her stone sense subtly extended, feeling for the faint, telltale hum of a gift like her own. She saw a young boy, no more than 7, who couldn't stop staring at the foundation stone, his head cocked as if listening to a distant melody. She noticed a girl who traced the glowing veins on the wall with her fingertip, her touch making the light beneath it brighten almost imperceptibly. These were not the grandiose displays of her own power, but the subtle, nascent flickers of a connection waiting to be nurtured. Seeing this, Lyra made a quiet, pivotal decision. She began to seek them out, not as a revered stone speaker, but as a kindred spirit. She would kneel, speak to them softly, and offer a simple, open invitation. If they ever felt the stone speaking to them, if they ever had questions that no one else seemed to understand, they could always come and talk to her. In doing so, she was not just celebrating the past, she was actively cultivating the future, ensuring that the next generation of stone scribes would never have to feel as isolated and confused as she once had, and that they would always have a place and a purpose within the new guild. The stakes of this first festival were, in their own way, as significant as any confrontation in the labyrinth. This was not about physical survival, but the shaping of a cultural identity. The city was consciously, publicly redefining itself around principles of transparency and harmony. The old identity, built on a foundation of control, secrecy, and a rigid separation from the magical world, was being dismantled before everyone's eyes and replaced with a new ethos of openness, partnership, and a respectful intertwining with the ancient forces of the earth. Every tour given, every story told, every child encouraged was another brick laid in this new cultural foundation. The Festival of Unburied Truth was proving to be the most powerful tool for change yet, a joyous revolution that reshaped hearts and minds through shared experience and collective wonder, ensuring the survival of the new Pact not just in stone, but in the spirit of the people themselves. As the sun began to set, and the spire of light above grew even more brilliant against the darkening sky, the festival reached its breathtaking climax. A hush fell over the entire city. Then, as if drawing a final, beautiful conclusion to the day's celebrations, the Heartstone far below made its presence known to all. A beam of pure, projected energy, woven from countless colors and emotions, shot up from the base of the tower and splashed across the face of the luminous spire. What followed was not a fireworks display, but a silent, moving story told in light and shadow. Images of the first pact, the dark betrayal, the descent into the labyrinth, and the final, glorious restoration played out across the spire's crystalline surface. A wordless epic visible for miles around, a gift from the heart of the world to the people it now called true partners. The gentle, rhythmic pulse of the Heartstone had become a familiar comfort to Lyra, a constant companion in her meditations that spoke of a world healed and a bond restored. But during one particularly deep communion, that steady rhythm suddenly shifted, quickening with an unfamiliar urgency. The warm, golden light of the cavern did not dim, but it seemed to turn inward, pulling Lyra's consciousness not into the labyrinth's past memories, but outward, beyond the confines of stone and city. The world she knew dissolved, replaced by a breathtaking, terrifying vista. She was hovering high above the earth, not her city, but a world she had only ever seen on the oldest, most faded maps in Kalin's collection. and below her, scattered across continents like jewels carelessly dropped on a tapestry, were other points of brilliant, concentrated power. She saw them not with her eyes, but with her soul. A tower of swirling sand in a vast desert, its form both solid and ephemeral, pulsing with a deep, slumbering heat. A spire of twisted, petrified wood in a tangled, mist-shrouded jungle, its surface crawling with a dark, corrosive energy that felt like a scream frozen in time. A complex of crystalline structures nestled in a mountain range, their light clear and bright, but silent, waiting like an unopened book. These were not mere buildings, they were hearts. Each one was a nexus, a focal point of power, just like her own white gold tower, and each was connected to a labyrinthine consciousness deep within the earth. But the network that should have linked them, a web of shimmering energy, was in tatters. Some connections were severed completely, leaving dead, black spaces between the points of light. Others were frayed and thin, flickering weakly. A few were stained with a sickly, violent purple, the same corrosive energy she felt from the jungle spire, actively poisoning the flow. Her own tower, with its radiant new spire, was just one bright point in a vast, fractured constellation. The vision receded as gently as it had arrived, leaving Lyra kneeling on the cool stone floor of the cavern, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The comforting presence of her Heartstone was still there, but it now felt smaller, not diminished, but contextualized. The profound peace she had fought so hard to secure was real, but it was local. The consequence of this new understanding settled upon her like a physical weight. Her work, the journey that had cost her so much and reshaped her entire world, was not the end of a story. It was the preface. She was not just the stone speaker of a single city. She was a single note in a global harmony that had been silent for ages. The balance her city had found was a beautiful, fragile oasis in a world suffering from a sickness she had only just discovered. The responsibility was immense, a burden that made the psychic weight of the Key of Remembrance feel light by comparison. This was no longer about healing one wound. It was about diagnosing a planetary illness. The conflict this revelation sparked within her was a quiet, internal tempest. On one hand, the vision was inspiring, a glimpse of a purpose so vast it dwarfed her previous understanding of destiny. It was a call to adventure on a scale that legends were made of, a promise that her unique gift could have meaning far beyond the city walls. But that inspiration was instantly shadowed by a daunting, almost paralyzing sense of scale. A lifetime would not be enough. The distances were unimaginable, the cultures unknown, the dangers incalculable. The corrupted spire in the jungle had felt actively malevolent, a poison that would not simply wait for a healer to arrive. To even contemplate such journeys felt like arrogance. She had just found a home, a purpose, a place where she was no longer an outcast. Was she now to become a wanderer, leaving this hard-won piece behind to chase phantoms across the globe? The tension between the comforting call of her local duties and the terrifying pull of a global responsibility created a fissure in her newfound contentment. She did not keep this turmoil to herself. The very nature of the new pact she served was built on shared truth, not solitary burden. She sought out Kalin in the living archives and Arch-Scribe Eleon in his new, sunlit study that looked out upon the glowing spire. She did not come to them with a demand for ships and supplies, with a mapped-out campaign for world saving. Instead, she sat with them and simply described what she had seen, pouring the vision from her mind into theirs with the same empathic clarity she used with the Heartstone. She showed them the fractured network, the sleeping desert tower, the poisoned jungle spire, the silent mountain crystals. She let them feel the vastness of the silence and the sharp, painful sting of the corruption. Her decision was a masterstroke of wisdom. She presented the vision not as an immediate plan of action, but as a promise and a responsibility for the future. "Our work here is not done," she told them, her voice calm but filled with a new, profound gravity. "The foundation we have built, the trust we are nurturing with the labyrinth, this is not the final goal. It is the practice. It is the model we must perfect, because one day the world will call for us to share it." This shifted the stakes of their entire endeavor once more, escalating them to a truly global scale. Lyra's personal journey, which had begun with a single, forbidden touch, was now revealed to be the first spark in a chain reaction that was meant to spread across the world. The story of the White Gold Tower was not a closed fable. It was the opening chapter in a much larger saga about the reconciliation between humanity and the ancient, magical world. The survival of their city and its new way of life was now implicitly tied to the health of this global network. If the corruption she witnessed continued to spread, could it eventually reach them, poisoning their own reborn bond? If the other towers fell to silence or darkness, would their own light eventually flicker and fail, isolated in a dying system? The personal had become geopolitical, and the peace of their city was now, paradoxically, dependent on preparing for future conflicts they could barely comprehend. And so, Lyra made a conscious choice. She would not abandon her home or rush headlong into the unknown. She would let the vision settle, not as an urgent command, but as a guiding star for the long road ahead. She stored the intricate map of the world's power nodes away in her heart, a secret knowledge that would now inform her every decision, her every lesson with the next generation of stone-scribes. She understood, with a certainty that went deeper than strategy, that the path to those distant towers would not be found on a parchment map, but would reveal itself when their own foundation was unshakable, when their understanding of the Pact was so deep it could be translated across languages and cultures. The next step was not a journey outward, but a deepening inward, a commitment to making their city a beacon of such undeniable stability and harmony that its light would eventually guide others to their door, or give them the strength to one day step beyond it. The adventure was waiting, and she would meet it not with haste, but with the patient, ready heart of someone who knows that the most important journeys begin long before the first step is ever taken. While Lyra carried the vast, silent weight of the Heartstone's global vision, Kalin found his own calling in the tangible, intricate puzzle it presented. The living archives, once a place of solitary wonder, became his war room. The gentle glow of the amethyst walls now illuminated a frenetic, focused energy as he moved between the floating light books. His mind, a crucible where ancient cartography and a living consciousness's prophecy were being fused into a new, terrifying understanding. He began with the Heartstone's vision, using his gift to coax the memory of that fractured global network from Lyra's mind and transpose it onto a vast, blank slate of solidified light he had conjured. It was not a map of nations or cities, but a constellation of power, points of brilliant light representing the other towers and labyrinths, connected by threads of energy that were either vibrant, frayed, or horrifyingly dark. This was the patient's diagnosis, a picture of the world's current, ailing state. His next step was to search for the prognosis in the only history that mattered, the labyrinth's own. He delved into the oldest of the light books, those that recorded the world not as it was, but as it had been at the very dawn of the first scribes. For days, he moved through records of perfect, humming networks, of an era when the flow of magic between the nodes was as constant and life-giving as the ocean's tide. The world had been a single, breathing entity. Then he found the rupture. It was not in a grand, detailed chronicle, but in fragmented, almost apologetic footnotes and marginalia, as if the scribes who recorded it were afraid to give it too much space, too much permanence. The references were faint, their light flickering weakly, and some sections were actively erased, leaving behind ghostly impressions in the data stream. The word they used was the sundering. It was never described as a natural disaster or a slow decay. The language was specific, carrying a chilling, deliberate finality, the severance, the great unweaving, the silence that was chosen. The most critical discovery came when he was cross-referencing these fragmented texts with the oldest surviving geographical surveys. On a map that depicted the continents as they were known to the first scribes, he noticed a symbol etched over the location of a now vanished island chain in a distant ocean. It was a complex, interlocking spiral surrounding a single, stark, vertical line, a symbol of connection being decisively cut, his breath caught in his throat. With a trembling hand, he pulled out the meticulously kept copy he had made of Lyra's original map fragment, the one she had risked everything to steal from the foundation stone. There, at its very center, was the exact same symbol. This was no coincidence. The map fragment was not merely a guide to their local labyrinth. It was a key to understanding the sundering itself. It suggested that the first scribes had known of the impending catastrophe, and perhaps even tried to prevent it, leaving behind clues for a future generation they hoped would be wiser. This revelation transformed the Heartstone's vision from a mystical premonition into a historical fact with terrifying implications. The sundering was not an accident. It was an act. Someone or something with immense power had deliberately shattered a global network, plunging the world into an age of magical isolation and leaving sentient entities like the Heartstone to slowly wither. This realization raised a storm of difficult, haunting questions that echoed in the silent archive. Who could have possessed such power, and more importantly, what could have been their motive? Was it an act of pure malice, a cosmic vandalism on an unimaginable scale, or was it born from a fear even greater than Arch-Scribe Thuron's, a fear that the connected world itself was a threat? The most chilling question of all was whether the force behind the sundering was a relic of a lost age, or if it still existed, watching, maintaining the silence it had imposed. Were the corrupted nodes, like the one in the jungle Lyra had seen, a sign of its ongoing work? Confronted with the scale of this ancient crime, Kalin's path became unmistakably clear. The quiet, theoretical study of the past was over. His life's work was no longer about understanding history for its own sake, but about arming the future for a confrontation he now knew was inevitable. He made the decision with a calm, final resolve. He would dedicate the remainder of his life, all his intellectual prowess, and his deep knowledge of forgotten lore, to a single, monumental research project. He would become the cartographer of a hidden war, systematically compiling every shred of evidence about the pre-sundering world, the nature of the sundering itself, and the potential weaknesses or patterns in the fractured network. He would analyze the types of corruption, study the symbols, and decode the whispers in the oldest light books. His goal was to build a library of strategic knowledge, a weapon of understanding that Lyra, or whoever had to walk the path to the other towers, could carry with them. He was trading the solitude of the scholar for the urgency of the quartermaster, preparing the supplies for a journey that would decide the fate of the entire world. The stakes of their existence escalated once again, shifting from the deeply personal to the truly existential. They were no longer just healers tending to a single wound in their own backyard. They were now would-be physicians for a dying planet, and their research was the first, critical step in a diagnosis that would likely lead to a confrontation with the very illness that had caused the disease. The peaceful life they had built, the glowing spire, and the joyful festivals, now existed in the long shadow of a coming storm. Their city was not just a sanctuary, it was a beachhead, the first reclaimed territory in a war against an ancient, unseen enemy that had once broken the world and might very well try to do so again. The work of the Scribe Guild was no longer about stewardship alone. It was about survival on a cosmic scale. With the first phase of his research complete, Kalin knew he could not carry this weight alone. He sought out Lyra, finding her as he often did, in quiet contemplation near the gently pulsing Heartstone. He did not speak at first. Instead, he unrolled the new map he had created, not on parchment, but as a projection of light upon the cavern floor. It was a breathtaking and sobering sight. The familiar continents were overlaid with the luminous, wounded network from the Heartstone's vision, and annotated with Kalin's own findings. The faded symbols of the sundering, the locations of the erased histories, the theorized pathways of the original flow. It was a chart of a world's circulatory system, showing both its original health and its current critical state. He pointed to the symbol that linked her map fragment to the great catastrophe, his voice low and grave. The silence was not an accident, Lyra. It was a choice, and we must now choose to answer it. High atop the white gold tower, the wind was a gentle caress, carrying the distant, muffled sounds of the city's evening life far below. Lyra stood at the very peak, the world spread out around her like a living map. In her right hand, she rested her palm against the warm, impossibly smooth surface of the light spire, feeling its constant, gentle pulse, a rhythm of pure, harmonized energy born from the union of scribe and labyrinth. In her left, her fingers curled over the cool, familiar roughness of the stone parapet, feeling the deep, patient thrum of the Heartstone's power rising through the tower's very bones. For a long, suspended moment, she was the bridge between them. She could feel the vibrant life of her city, the laughter of children, the quiet conversations of families, the focused hum of scribes in their workshops, all of it cradled and nourished by the energy flowing upward from below. And simultaneously, she could feel the vast, silent presence of the labyrinth, its consciousness a deep, warm ocean of memory and stability upon which the entire city floated. It was a perfect, resonant connection, a chord struck between heaven and earth, and she was the living string that vibrated with its music. In that moment of sublime unity, the last vestiges of her old identity finally fell away. She was no longer just Lyra, the former stone-scribe, or even just the stone speaker for this single city. The Heartstone's global vision was no longer a separate, terrifying image in her mind. It was woven into the very fabric of this feeling. She understood that the balance she felt here, this beautiful, localized peace, was a template, a proof of what was possible. To be its guardian meant more than maintaining this one precious equilibrium. It meant being willing to carry its promise out into the wider, wounded world. She felt the weight of the distant, sleeping towers not as a burden, but as a responsibility. They were silent hearts waiting for a heartbeat, and her own heart, attuned to the rhythm of a healed world, now beat for them too. This was no longer a role she performed. It was what she had become, a guardian of a balance that was meant to be planetary in scale, a keeper of a flame that needed to be shared. Yet, as the certainty of this vast purpose settled into her bones, a quiet, personal conflict stirred within her. The life she had now, here in this city she had saved, was deeply satisfying. There was comfort in the routine of her days, in the familiar faces, in the simple joy of watching a new generation of scribes learn to listen to the stone without fear. Her small chamber near the Heartstone's cavern had become a home. The thought of leaving it all behind, of venturing into unimaginable distances to face unknown corruptions and ancient, hostile silences, sent a cold thread of fear through the warmth of her resolve. The call of the unknown future was a powerful tide, but the deep, anchoring comfort of her current life was a strong and seductive counter-current. It was the tension between the cozy warmth of a single, well-lit room and the terrifying, magnificent call of a star-filled sky waiting beyond the door. Standing at that precipice, literally and figuratively, she made her choice. It was not a rejection of one path for the other, but a synthesis of both. She turned her gaze inward, toward the Heartstone's presence, and made a silent, unshakable vow, a promise to herself as much as to the consciousness she served. She would answer the call. When the path to the other towers revealed itself, she would walk it, but she would not go as a desperate fugitive or a reckless adventurer, as she had entered her own labyrinth. She would go from a place of strength, with the full, prepared support of the city and the guild behind her. Her mission would be one of diplomacy and healing, not a frantic rescue. This required patience. It required building an unbreakable foundation here first, ensuring that the new pact was so deeply ingrained in the city's soul that it could sustain itself in her absence. Her decision was to wait, to prepare, to grow so strong in her purpose that when she finally stepped onto the world stage, she would do so not as a supplicant, but as an emissary from a living, breathing success story. With this resolution, the stakes of her personal journey escalated to their absolute peak. Her destiny was no longer her own. It was irrevocably tied to the fate of the world's hidden magic, to the awakening of those distant, slumbering powers. The peace she enjoyed in her city was now the calm at the center of a gathering storm, a peaceful harbor from which a ship would one day have to sail into turbulent, global waters. Her every action from this moment forward, every child she taught, every mediation she performed between scribe and stone, every moment she spent strengthening the bond, was not just for the benefit of the white gold tower. It was an investment in the healing of the entire world, a single, deliberate stitch in the great, torn tapestry of magical balance. Her life was now a testament to the idea that one small, healed place could become the seed from which a whole world could be remade. As she turned from the breathtaking view and began her descent down the spiral staircase, leaving the spire's light behind her, she felt a new sensation, a faint, distinct pulse that traveled up through the stone steps and into the soles of her feet. It was not the general hum of the Heartstone, but a specific, focused vibration, a signature she recognized instantly. It was the Guardian. The pulse carried no words, only a simple, profound feeling, a deep and resonant approval, a sense of aligned purpose, as if the ancient sentinel of the labyrinth was acknowledging her vow and adding its own ancient strength to her resolve, a silent partner in the long, patient work that lay ahead. The quiet rhythm of Lyra's days as stone speaker was gently disrupted, not by another grand vision from the depths, but by a humble and unexpected delegation. They arrived at the entrance to the foundation hall, a group of men and women whose hands, though clean, were calloused from a different kind of craft. They were members of the Weavers' Guild, led by their elderly but sharp-eyed master, Lyra. Unlike the scribes, who moved with a scholar's deliberation, the weavers carried a nervous, hopeful energy, their postures a mix of reverence and practical impatience. Master Lyra did not bring scrolls or complex petitions. She carried a small, folded square of cloth, its colors faded, but its pattern still intricately beautiful. She explained that for generations, their most sacred looms, housed in a sunlit hall built over a forgotten artisan's spring, had been silent. The shuttles would move, the threads would be set, but the cloth they produced was ordinary. It lacked the life, the subtle shimmer, the almost imperceptible warmth that their oldest guild records described. They had long accepted it as a lost art, a casualty of time, until they saw the light return to the white gold tower and heard the whispers of the Scribe Guild's transformation. A wild, hopeful thought had taken root. Perhaps their silent spring was not dried up, but sleeping, and its slumber was connected to the same great wound that Lyra had helped to heal. For Lyra, this was a moment of profound significance. The labyrinth's restoration had, until now, been a matter for historians and architects, a reconciliation between the city's mind and its soul. The Weavers' Guild represented something entirely new, its heart, its daily craft, its very texture. This was not an abstract philosophical shift. It was a plea from the hands that clothed the city. The consequences of their request stretched far beyond a single malfunctioning loom. This was the first real test of whether the new pact could translate from a miraculous event witnessed by a few into a tangible benefit felt by the many. If they failed, if the looms remained silent, it would fuel the arguments of those who saw the awakened labyrinth as a curiosity for scholars, a pretty light show with no practical value for the common citizen. But if they succeeded, it would prove that the harmony with the world below could directly enrich every facet of city life, weaving magic back into the very fabric of their existence. Accompanied by a small, curious team of scribes, including the young Finn, who had been among the first to feel the archive's joy, Lyra followed the weavers to their guild hall. The air was thick with the pleasant scents of flax and dye, and the large wooden looms stood in rows like sleeping giants. Lyra could feel it immediately. Unlike the dead silence of Thuron's poisoned foundation stone, this was different. It was a faint, frustrated hum, a trickle of energy that hit a wall and simply stopped. Kneeling, she placed her hands on the cool stone floor at the center of the hall. Her consciousness flowed downward, past the foundations, and she found it, a minor energy vein, a tiny capillary in the labyrinth's vast system that had once fed this place. It was not severed, but blocked, clogged with the metaphysical residue of centuries of disuse and disbelief, a spiritual thrombosis in the city's circulatory system. The fix, in principle, was simple. It required no key of remembrance, no life-risking channeling of immense power. It needed only a gentle push, a reassurance that the connection was still wanted. This simplicity, however, belied the deep tension of the moment. The scribes with her, for all their newfound openness, instinctively fell into their old roles. Finn began sketching the energy flow, proposing a precise, rune-based ritual to clear the blockage, a solution born entirely from their own knowledge and skill. It was a good plan, a safe plan, but it was also an extension of the old way, the guild acting upon the world, however benevolently. Lyra felt the Heartstone's gentle nudge in her mind, a silent suggestion that was less a command and more an invitation to a different path. The conflict was subtle but critical. To have the scribes perform the ritual alone would fix the loom, but it would reinforce the idea that only they could mediate with the magical world. It would keep the weavers as grateful bystanders, beneficiaries of a gift they played no part in creating. The new pact was supposed to be about partnership, not patronage. Lyra's decision, made with a quiet smile, was to step back from being the sole conduit. She turned to Master Alara and the gathered weavers, their faces a mixture of hope and confusion. "The stone is not broken," she explained, her voice calm and inviting. "It has forgotten its purpose here. It needs to remember the feel of your hands, the rhythm of your work. It needs to hear your craft." With the Heartstone's permission thrumming warmly in her chest, she did not instruct the scribes to begin their ritual. Instead, she guided the weavers themselves. She asked them to place their hands on the floor around the dormant spring, not as supplicants, but as partners. She had them hum the simple, rhythmic shanties they sang while working the looms, the songs that had been passed down for generations. She encouraged them to visualize not just the cloth they wove, but the life it would bring, the warmth of a child's first tunic, the strength of a sailor's sail, the beauty of a festival banner. Lyra and the scribes did not lead. They facilitated, their own magic a gentle current that amplified the weaver's intent, helping to dislodge the ancient blockage not with force, but with a shared, focused welcome. The result was as beautiful as it was symbolic. There was no brilliant flash of light, no roaring surge of power. There was a soft, deep sigh from the stone beneath their hands, a feeling of release, as if a long-held breath had finally been let go. Then, a gentle warmth began to radiate from the floor, seeping up into the wooden frames of the looms. The air in the hall, once simply scented with wool and dye, now carried a fresh, clean energy, like the smell of rain on sun-warmed rock. A master weaver, her hands still trembling from the experience, sat at her loom. She picked up her shuttle, threaded with a simple, undyed yarn, and began to weave. The familiar clack-clack of the loom sounded different, more resonant, more alive, and when the first length of plain cloth was finished and cut from the frame, it lay in her hands, visibly transformed. It was the same undyed wool, but woven into it was a subtle, shifting sheen, a soft luminescence that caught the light not like silk, but like morning dew on a spider's web. It was cool to the touch, yet seemed to radiate a gentle comfort. This was no longer just cloth. It was a testament, a physical, holdable piece of the new harmony, proof that the benefits of the restored Pact were not a treasure to be hoarded by the Scribe Guild in their libraries and foundations, but a rising tide meant to lift every craft and every citizen. The first tangible product of this new era lay shimmering in a weaver's hands, a promise that the city's future would be woven with threads of magic and trust. The gentle, rhythmic pulse of the city's new life was not just felt in the stones or seen in the spire's glow. It began to whisper in the hearts of its youngest citizens. In a sun-drenched classroom carved from a quiet, above-ground annex of the living labyrinth, where the walls were embedded with dormant, milk-white crystals, Lyra gathered her first formal class. They were just 6 children, their ages spanning the gawky years between childhood and adolescence, each selected not for proven skill, but for a certain quiet intensity in their eyes, a tendency to pause and listen to things others could not hear. Among them was Lyra, a girl so quiet she seemed to blend into the stone itself, her large, observant eyes taking in every detail of the room and its teacher without a single word. This was not a school for magic in the old, commanding sense. There were no wands, no incantations to memorize. Lyra's first lesson was one of silence. She had them sit on simple woven mats, their small hands placed flat on the cool floor, and asked them to do nothing but listen, not with their ears, but with the part of them that could feel the sun's warmth or a friend's sadness. The stone has a voice, she told them, her own voice a soft counterpoint to the city's distant hum. But it does not shout, it does not demand. Its language is one of patience, of memory, of feeling. Before you ever ask it to speak, you must learn to be still enough to hear its silence. This was the secure passing of the torch, the deliberate cultivation of the stone speaker tradition. For the new pact between the city and the labyrinth to endure beyond Lyra's own lifetime, it could not rely on a single, extraordinary individual. It needed roots, a forest of understanding rather than one towering tree. These children, with their nascent, unshaped gifts, were the living seeds of that future. Lyra understood that her most vital role was no longer just speaking for the stone, but teaching others how to listen, ensuring the bond would be tended by many hands and hearts for generations to come. The consequence of this simple, silent classroom was therefore monumental. The entire, fragile edifice of their reborn world, the glowing spire, the harmonious whispers in the gallery, the trust of the Heartstone, its long-term survival was being quietly entrusted to a handful of children, learning to sit still on a stone floor. The conflict for Lyra was a constant, gnawing presence in the back of her mind, a tension that tightened every time she saw the earnest concentration on a young face. How much should she reveal? How soon should she introduce them to the weightier truths, the agony of the Heartstone's long poisoning, the chilling reality of Thuron's betrayal, the terrifying vision of a sundered world? She watched them, these bright, unburdened spirits, and felt a fierce, protective urge to shield them, to let their gifts be a source of wonder and joy, untainted by the shadows of history and the immense responsibility she knew awaited them. She remembered her own sudden, overwhelming plunge into the labyrinth's pain, the terror and isolation that had accompanied her every step. To lay that same weight on their small shoulders felt like a kind of cruelty. Yet, to withhold the truth, to offer them only a sanitized, peaceful version of their power, would be a different kind of failure. It would leave them unprepared, vulnerable to the same fears and misunderstandings that had led to the original betrayal. A gift without context, without an understanding of its potential for both creation and destruction, was a dangerous thing. Her struggle was a tightrope walk between preservation and preparation, between nurturing their innocence and arming their character. Faced with this dilemma, Lyra made a foundational decision about her pedagogy. She would not begin with the grand history or the complex mechanics of magical theory. She would not drill them in techniques or test the limits of their power. Instead, she would build their foundation from the ground up, focusing every lesson on the twin pillars of empathy and listening. She believed with every fiber of her being that strong character was the only stable foundation for a strong gift. A powerful stone-scribe who lacked empathy could become another Thuron, seeing the labyrinth as a tool to be controlled. A skilled listener without a moral compass could be swayed by ambition or fear. So, her lessons were unconventional. She had them spend hours simply describing the mood of different stones in the city. The cheerful, sun-warmed flagstones of the main square versus the solemn, ancient coolness of the foundation blocks. She taught them to identify not just the type of rock, but the emotional resonance trapped within it. The joy of a cornerstone laid in celebration, the sorrow of a wall built in conflict. She told them stories, not of great battles and powerful arch-scribes, but of everyday people. A mason who took pride in his work, a gardener who whispered to the soil, explaining how the smallest acts of respect and care were a form of magic in themselves. The ethics of their gift were not a separate subject. They were the very air the class breathed, the constant underlying question: how will you use what you hear to help, to heal, to nurture? The stakes of this educational philosophy could not have been higher. The principles these children internalized in this quiet room would one day define the guild's relationship with the labyrinth for the next century. If they learned to see their gift as a partnership built on mutual respect, the bond would deepen and flourish. If they absorbed even a fraction of the old, controlling mindset, the fragile trust could begin to erode. The long-term survival of the new pact was not a matter of maintaining a magical circuit. It was a matter of nurturing a specific state of mind in the people who would one day be its guardians. Lyra was not just teaching children, she was cultivating the future conscience of the city, ensuring that the lessons paid for in blood and courage would not be forgotten when she and Kalin and Eleon were gone. Every gentle correction, every story about compassion, every moment spent listening to a stone's silent story was an investment in a future where the tower's light would never again be dimmed by fear. And then, during one of these quiet, focused sessions, the future announced itself in the most beautiful and unexpected way. The class was practicing what Lyra called sympathetic resonance, a gentle exercise where they would try to match their own calm, breathing rhythm to the slow, deep pulse they could feel in the classroom walls. The room was silent save for the soft sound of their breath. Lyra, who had been the quietest of all, her presence often so faint she was nearly overlooked, was sitting before a large milk-white crystal set into the wall, its surface dormant and opaque. Her eyes were closed, her small hands resting in her lap, her face a picture of serene concentration. Lyra was observing the group, noting the subtle shifts in their energy when she felt a change in the room's atmosphere. It was a subtle quickening, a gathering of potential, like the moment before a dawn chorus begins. Her eyes snapped to Lyra. The girl hadn't moved, hadn't spoken a word of command. She had simply listened, and in her deep, empathetic stillness, she had offered a feeling of such pure, unadulterated joy, a memory of a perfect, sunlit morning that the stone could not help but answer. The dormant crystal set into the wall before her began to change. From its core, a soft, buttery yellow light bloomed, spreading outward until the entire crystal glowed with a gentle, internal luminescence. It wasn't the fierce, directed light of the spire or the powerful pulse of the Heartstone. It was a spontaneous, effortless expression of shared happiness, a silent conversation between a child's heart and the heart of the stone. The other children gasped, their own meditation forgotten as they stared at the softly glowing crystal. In that simple, wordless act, Lyra had demonstrated more than raw power. She had embodied the very essence of Lyra's teaching. She had not commanded the light, she had invited it, and the vibrant future of their craft, no longer a theory in a lesson plan, bloomed softly and surely on the classroom wall. The day of the annual commemoration arrived, not with the tense anticipation of a looming confrontation, but with the warm, settled feeling of a promise being kept. The air in the Heartstone's cavern was thick with a profound and gentle peace, the great crystal itself pulsing with a strong, steady light that bathed the assembled faces in its golden radiance. It was not a crowd of spectators, but a gathering of partners. Arch-Scribe Eleon stood there, no longer a ruler cloaked in the authority of a hidden past, but a humble steward, his face etched with the lines of hard-won wisdom and a deep, abiding gratitude. Beside him was Master Kalin, the once reclusive scholar now grounded and fulfilled, his eyes alight with the joy of a mystery that had not ended with a single solution, but had blossomed into a lifetime of shared discovery. Captain Valerius of the Tower Guard was present, his armor polished but his stance relaxed, a symbol of protection that had evolved from enforcing silence to safeguarding a vibrant, living truth. The Master Weaver, Lyra, held in her hands a length of the newly enchanted cloth, its subtle shimmer a testament to how deeply the magic had woven itself into the very fabric of daily life. And at the center stood Lyra, the young woman whose single, forbidden touch had become the catalyst for it all, her presence a quiet anchor of empathy and connection. This was the moment everything had been building toward, the true culmination of a journey that had traversed stolen maps, treacherous depths, and shattered histories. Yet the climax unfolded not with the clash of steel or the roar of unleashed power, but in a silence so deep it felt like a form of speech, without a single word being spoken. As if moved by one shared understanding, they all stepped forward. Arch-Scribe Eleon, representing the guild's quest for knowledge, laid his aged, steady hand upon the warm crystal. Kalin, the keeper of history, placed his scholar's fingers beside it. Captain Valerius, the embodiment of protection, added his gauntleted grip. Master weaver Lyra rested her work-worn hand upon the stone, representing the city's craft and creativity. And Lyra, the heart of their communion, completed the circle. In that simple, physical connection, a miracle of intent occurred. Their individual purposes did not vanish, they harmonized. The pursuit of knowledge, the reverence for history, the duty of protection, the beauty of craft, and the power of empathetic communion. These distinct threads, which had so often been at odds in the old world, wove themselves together into a single, unbreakable cord of shared stewardship. The Heartstone, which had for so long been a source of lonely, aching pain, now felt the full weight of this unified will. It did not just acknowledge them, it answered them with a vision of breathtaking clarity. The crystal's light swelled, not to blind them, but to envelop them, and from its core, a new image bloomed into the air above them. It was a perfect, three-dimensional tapestry of light, depicting the city and the labyrinth, not as separate entities, one above, one below, but as a single, interconnected organism. The roots of the white gold tower were shown plunging deep, intertwining with the crystalline pathways of the labyrinth, like the veins in a leaf, while the branches of the petrified tree below reached up to support the city's foundations. The glowing spire was visible at the peak, its light flowing down through the entire structure, feeding the roots, which in turn nourished the branches. It was an image of absolute health, of a symbiotic relationship in perfect balance, a world where stone and spirit, history and hope were irrevocably and beautifully one. This was the ultimate answer to Thuron's betrayal of division. This was the community founded on truth, a living entity built not on the defeat of an enemy, but on the powerful, lasting victory of reconciliation and shared purpose. Lyra looked around at the faces of her companions, their features illuminated by the glowing vision of their united world. In their eyes, she saw the reflection of her own journey's end and its true beginning. She had started as an outcast, driven by a desperate need to answer a cry in the dark. She had become a revolutionary, challenging the very foundations of her society. But now, in this moment of profound unity, she understood her final and most important role. She was a citizen of a new world she had helped midwife into being, a world where her gift was not a curse to be hidden, but an essential thread in the community's fabric. The climax was this quiet, powerful realization that the hero's journey is never truly about the solitary individual's triumph. It is about the moment the hero can finally stop, look around, and see that they are no longer alone, that their fight has become a shared responsibility, their personal quest transformed into a common destiny. The Heartstone's beautiful projection was not just a gift to them, it was a mirror showing them the wholeness they had created together, a testament to the fact that the most powerful magic of all is not the ability to command the elements, but the courage to build a circle of trust that can steward them forever. These days, the journey into the labyrinth feels less like a descent and more like coming home. Lyra walks the now public paths not as a fugitive or a seeker, but as a familiar guide, her footsteps a quiet rhythm against stone that hums with a gentle, welcoming energy. Where once there was only oppressive darkness and the threat of crushing silence, there is now a soft, ambient light emanating from the walls themselves, illuminating smooth pathways worn not by centuries of dust, but by the curious, reverent steps of her fellow citizens. She leads groups of wide-eyed children who point in wonder at the Whispering Gallery, where the crystals now sing harmonious tones instead of desperate pleas, and she pauses with visiting master artisans who seek to understand how the living corridor's steady, calming breath might inspire new forms of music or architecture. The secrets are secrets no longer. They are shared treasures, the city's collective inheritance finally reclaimed. High above, visible even from these sunless depths, through cleverly crafted light wells, the white gold tower stands eternally crowned in its spire of solidified radiance. It is no longer a monument to a hidden, fearful power, but a beacon of a past that has been reconciled with its truth, and a future built upon the hopeful, sturdy foundation of that honesty. Its light does not intimidate, it reassures, a constant star affirming that the long night has truly ended. In the quiet moments between these public walks, when Lyra finds a solitary alcove to simply sit and listen, she feels the Heartstone's presence. It is no longer a desperate cry, echoing in the void of her mind, but a constant, quiet companion, a warmth that resides just at the edge of her consciousness. It is the feeling of a shared breath, a synchronized heartbeat. This connection is a living reminder of the vow she made in this very cavern, a promise that transformed her from an observer of history into an active participant in its healing. Her personal journey, which began with a single, illicit touch, driven by a curiosity she could not suppress, has woven itself into the very destiny of the city. The ancient wound of Thuron's betrayal, a festering spiritual poison that sickened the world for a millennium, has been cleansed. The scar remains, a lesson etched into the foundation stones, but it is no longer a source of pain. Instead, it serves as a permanent memorial to the cost of fear and the redemptive power of courage. In forging her own path from a curious scribe to the first stone speaker, she did not just uncover a secret. She facilitated a reconciliation that gave her entire civilization a new destiny, one written in collaboration with the earth itself, rather than in domination over it. Yet, the work is never truly over. The vision the Heartstone shared with her, of other towers, other labyrinths, scattered across the world in states of slumber, silence, or sickness remains. It is a map of potential adventures that lives within her, a quiet hum of responsibility that plays a constant, low-frequency counterpoint to the peace she has earned. She knows that her city, for all its glowing harmony, is not an island. It is one bright point in a vast, fractured network, a single healthy cell in a body still afflicted by an ancient, systemic illness. This knowledge could be a heavy burden, a shadow over her hard-won contentment, but Lyra has learned to hold it differently. She sees it not as a demand for immediate, frantic action, but as a promise. It is a promise that her purpose extends beyond these familiar walls, that the understanding forged here has a value that will one day be needed in distant lands, under foreign skies. It is a promise that her story, and the story of her city, is merely the first chapter in a much larger saga of global healing. For now, though, there is a profound and deserved peace. It is a peace that is felt in the mundane, everyday magic of the city. It is in the weaver's newly vibrant cloth, in the scribe who laughs as they converse with a light book, in the simple, awe-struck silence of a child, feeling the stone's gentle pulse for the very first time. The secrets that were once so desperately buried, hidden beneath layers of law and fear, are now the bedrock of everything. They are the foundation of the government's new transparency, the foundation of the guild's transformed purpose, the foundation of every citizen's renewed sense of connection to their world. Lyra walks her path, a known and respected guide, her own heart beating in time with the Heartstone below and the hopeful rhythm of the city above, savoring the quiet certainty that for this moment, in this place, the balance is perfect,